governing body to order.
You're streaming, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Welcome to the regular meeting of the governing body, January 13, 2021. And we are streaming live on YouTube. It is 4:02 p.m. and I will call this meeting to order. We'll begin, as we do, with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Villarreal, with the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Garcia, and then an invocation brought by Councilor Rivera, and then we'll have remembrances after that. So please rise as you are able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'd just like to, whoever you believe in or whoever you pray to during this time of change in our nation where things seem to be getting crazy, that we can come back to a sense of peace and respect towards each other, and that as we continue through deliberations, discussing matters in the city, that we can continue to be the example of civility for our community, that we can respect each other, have discussions, deliberate, have disagreements in a way that demonstrates democracy, freedom, different viewpoints, and that's what I pray for tonight, Mayor. So before I turn it over to you for any remembrances, I would like to remember Albert Martinez Jr., who passed away December 31st. He's the son of one of our employees and the sibling to another one of our employees, to Rita Ariano, her son, and sibling to Lonnie Martinez. He was only 42 years old, much too young. So our remembrances for him and our sympathies to the family of our two city employees. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there others who'd like to call someone to mind? Councilwoman Villarreal, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize the life of George Ancona, who died on New Year's Day. You might have seen the article in the Pasatiempo. He was a photographer, a writer of children's books, very positive man, always smiled a lot, and loved to dance. And I just wanted to send my condolences to his wife, Helga, and his son, who I know, Pablo, and wanted to say rest in power, Señor Ancona. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time? Well, let's take a minute and think about the people who lost their lives in that horrible riot in Washington, D.C., people in New Mexico and Santa Fe who continue to suffer from COVID and COVID-related health problems. Let's say a prayer for all of our residents and for our country. If we take a minute to bow our heads. Thank you, everybody. So with that, if the clerk could please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Absolutely. Mayor Weber?
Present.
Councilor Beta?
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez? Councilor Cassett Sanchez? Here. Okay, there we are. Councilor Garcia?
Present.
Councilor Landau?
Here.
Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Romero Worth?
Here.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Counselor Villarreal.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Item number 6 on our agenda, for those who are following along, is approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Counselor Garcia moved to approve the agenda, and Counselor Lindell seconded it. If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Thank you.
Agenda has been approved. Yep.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 7, which is the consent calendar. Are there items that any of us wish to remove from consent? Counselor Vihel Coppler, I see your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to remove item 10A.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the consent calendar? I'm scanning for hands. All right. If there are no other items to remove from the consent calendar, can we get a motion to approve it as amended?
Move to approve as amended. Second.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilor Lindell. The second was, I believe, from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber. Consent calendar has been approved as amended.
Item number 8A and then 8B. Let's start with 8A, which is the minutes of the regular governing body meeting from December the 9th. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have a change or an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a minor change on, in the minutes under invocation, where I recognize Nicole Tipton. It should read that she was an employee of, or that she worked for Kitchen Angels. And although she was very sick, she voted on election day and she managed to get out in her PJs and drive herself to the polling station to vote. So just wanted to elaborate on what I said instead of what it says here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll correct that for sure. Are there other changes or corrections or modifications to the minutes from December the 9th, 2020? If not, can we get a motion to approve as amended?
Move to approve as amended. Second.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez made the initial motion. It was seconded by Councilor Lindell. If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes? That
Minutes have been
takes-
approved.
Thank you. And now item 8B is another set of minutes. This from the special governing body meeting of December 16, 2020. Did anyone have changes or catch mistakes that need to be corrected in those minutes? If not, could we get a motion to approve those minutes?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Villarreal and a second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Is there discussion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll for that motion?
Absolutely. Counselor Landell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
okay, Counselor Vijo Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Abeyta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
and Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
governing body minutes have been approved. Special meeting minutes, excuse me.
Thank you. Item number 9 on our agenda is a slot for presentations. Madam Clerk, do we have any presentations tonight?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, we go to 10A, and if the city clerk could read the item that was taken off of consent, and then we'll turn to Councilor Vijo Coppler to speak to it.
Yes, consideration resolution renaming Alto Park the Ron Shirley Alto Park.
Councilor Vijo Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I, first of all, want to thank my fellow councilors as this went through committee for the support of this resolution to rename the Alto Park the Ron Shirley Alto Park. And I removed it because it did get through consent calendars successfully. We didn't get much of a chance to speak about Ron Shirley. And I know that the newspaper articles were written very eloquently about him, but I just want to take just a minute or two to just speak to the good story that this really is. And Ron Shirley rose through the city of Santa Fe as a laborer. He was an employee who I did have occasion to work with when I worked at the city. And here's a real success story that I think is worth mentioning, and why I believe it's a good move on our part to rename a park after him. Again, he worked as a laborer, and he rose all the way in the city ranks to become the Parks and Recreation Director. And he did that by, just certainly bettering himself as he went along, but he had great respect for his job. He loved his job. I know his family's watching, his wife, Margot, and their children. By the way, Margot and I were Fiesta Princesas together. That's how I met Margot, but I knew Ron way before that. And anyway, he prepared himself. He did jobs that no one else would do. And as he rose through the ranks, he would always tell his staff there was no job he wouldn't do. And so he would ask them to do the job, but he would do it himself because he's done it. He believed very strongly in parks, maintenance of parks, keeping them in the best condition he could have them in, because he just took a great deal of pride in that. And he also felt like the youth in our town, that they needed and deserved a really good place to play, to develop their craft as sports, young boys and young girls. And he kept them up, as much as he could, and they looked really good. And he didn't stop there. After he retired, he volunteered. He was a coach. He managed sports leagues. He volunteered in all kinds of facets in this city, and he contributed to the community. And so I think one other value that he had is he believed if youth were involved in sports, it kept them out of trouble. And many of the people have come to revere him very greatly because he was a good part of their success growing up. And so I feel very honored that the family is wanting to remember him by naming and finding a park for him. They are elated, just elated. And And I feel like, I feel very grateful that this city council has supported this, has supported a family growing up in Santa Fe. And, you know, we honor him. And if it was, if COVID wasn't here, they would be having a celebration at the park. And I have no doubt that as we are free to roam the city, that they will come back and plan something, and we all can be a part of that. So with that, Mayor, I want to move for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Is there further discussion? I want to join in with you, Councilor Vihel-Coppler. The story is a beautiful story. The parade in his honor was touching and showed just how many people's lives he had really had a positive impact on. And this is a very, very good way to honor his work and his memory, and to do it with his family. So I think we all feel very positive about this step, and thank you for championing. It's really good of you to do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make sure that we get in the amendment, which was correcting a date.
Yes. Thank you so much for that catch.
Yeah. So
As amended.
as amended.
Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler for bringing this forward. When she did do this, I received a lot of phone calls from constituents who urged me to support this because he did have an impact on so many people's lives. So I was happy to join Councilwoman Vihel-Coppler and Villarreal in being a co-sponsor of this. So thank you again.
Very good. Anyone else? I believe we have the clarity that it is as amended. I don't know if we need to change our motions, but we do. You did catch the amendment to the to make the fix. So with that, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Has been approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could introduce the next item for consideration.
Yes, we're on to discussion items. So item 11A, a resolution rescinding resolution 2020-1 relating to the Open Meetings Act and adopting annual notice requirements for 2021. Attorney Erin McSherry is available for this item.
Ms. McSherry, do you want to give us a brief, and for those who are listening, a brief explanation of what this item is, and then we'll turn to the council for a motion and discussion.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, this is fulfilling our annual requirement as a policy-making body in the state of New Mexico to adopt Open Meetings Act compliance procedures for our next year. There are 2 additional paragraphs this year that we added, one to describe what we're doing on a temporary basis through June pursuant to the resolution that Councilor Villarreal sponsored recently, and then also to acknowledge the COVID meeting practices that we have, at least for now, under difficult or impossible times to meet in person. So we are utilizing that portion of the Open Meetings Act that allows for remote meetings during the pandemic.
Thank you. So with that brief explanation, is there a motion? And then we could have discussion.
Move to approve. Second.
Councilor Lindell made the motion to approve this item, and Councilor Cassett Sanchez seconded it. Are there questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
just a clarification. So is this just procedural that we have to rescind the 2020 resolution for 2021 because of the changes for Well, I guess I'm just wondering, does this have to change and we have to rescind it every year? Or we're just
Mayor
doing?
Weber,
Go ahead.
sorry, Counselor, did you?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Villarreal. Whether or not we have to expressly rescind it is not necessarily a requirement, but I think we just wanted to make it very clear that no one has to look at a prior year's resolution to understand our full plan for compliance with the Open Meetings Act. The entire plan is in this resolution. So therefore, because our resolutions don't have time expirations. So because of that, we thought it would be cleanest. And I'm not sure if we've always done that, but I think something we're trying to start doing is when resolution applies to the same topic a prior resolution did, we expressly state that either they're both still applicable or that one is entirely replacing the other. So I think that's just something we're trying to be more clear about so that we don't have to look back and say, was there any other resolution about Open Meetings Act that also applies? And where is it? And what is it? And that kind of thing. So I think it's something we're trying to do when resolutions address a similar or the same topic. So I think it's going to come up maybe in relation to BTAC soon, because we're trying to just entirely replace prior resolutions rather than add on to them.
Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions about this item? If there is no further discussion, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this item, please?
Absolutely. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Landell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has passed.
thank you. Could you introduce the next item, please?
Yes. The next item is a resolution in support of the appropriation of funds by the New Mexico Legislature for New Mexico grown fresh fruits and vegetables for schools and senior meals programs and related education programs for schools and farmers. Mayor Gino Rinaldi of Senior Services Division, I believe, is available for this item.
Okay. Let's, I think I may have gotten it out of order with the last item. Let's get a motion on the floor and then we'll discuss the item. Is there a motion?
Approve with the amendment.
Motion to
Second.
with amendment, second by, brought the initial motion from Counselor Cassett Sanchez, the second from Counselor Lindell, noting that it is with as amended. And we do have Gino here as well as the sponsors who may wish to speak to this. Is there someone who address this item?
Mr. Mayor, Council?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well.
Thank you.
This is something we've traditionally have done is we've supported this resolution for support of New Mexico grown fresh fruits and vegetables for the schools and the senior programs. It's sort of a very good thing to do and very helpful if the legislature finds some extra monies that might be available to push to help support these initiatives. So that's all I really have to say. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Gina. Sponsors, anybody wish to speak or ask a question or speak to the purpose behind this? I think it's very worthy. Anyone, if I see a hand, I will call on you. If not, if there's no questions or discussion, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on this?
Yes. Counselor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has passed.
thank you. Thank you, Gino.
Appreciate it, sir. Have a great day.
You too, sir. Madam Clerk, could you introduce the next item, please?
Yes. Consideration of a resolution regarding public use requirements for the Guadalupe Street reconstruction project. And Mayor, I believe Romela Osorio Mas, the project administrator, is available for this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion before we get more input?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I got a motion to approve from Councilwoman Varela and a second from Councilor Garcia. We have the project administrator with us. Do you want to give us a quick overview and let the listening and watching public know a little bit about this project, please? If I'm looking to see if she actually is with us. Christine, I don't see her on the screen.
Regina's in the waiting room.
Oh, is Regina in the waiting room? Do you want to let her in, somebody? There's Regina Wheeler.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the governing body. This is a standard resolution in order to allow us to utilize the funds that we've been awarded for the Guadalupe reconstruction project. And just a little update on this project. It's going really well. We actually just presented to DOT last Friday to get an additional $2 million for the project to include another intersection in our planning to improve the pedestrian and bicycle safety, as well as the travel lane clarity through the area. And so this resolution is required as part of accepting the funding that we've received.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there questions about this item? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Your motion has passed.
I want to note a text I just got from Councilor Vigil Coppler. She needs to be excused for personal reasons and hopes to be able to join us for the evening session, but something personal and very, very important has come up. So we will be excusing her for the afternoon session. Hopefully she'll be able to rejoin us tonight, but I hope everything is okay. So just mark her as excused, please.
Will do, Mayor.
Could you introduce the next item then, please?
Yes, the next item is an informational only item. It's a status update and next steps for San Juan Chama return flow pipeline. Jesse Roach, our Water Division Director, will be giving the update. Mayor?
And this is informational only, I believe.
Yes, and this is informational only.
So with that, Mr. Roach, we'll turn the floor over to you. I think you have a presentation and a slide show you want to show us.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I do. I believe this slideshow will take about 10 minutes for me to work through. I would be very happy to answer questions as I go, if that is the wish of the body. So I just wanted to bring an update to the governing body as to what we have been up to for the last year or so. And to lay that out, and I hope everyone got a packet that I emailed in case you would like to look through that as I go through these as well, or instead. Just wanted to set the stage that as a water utility, we have been doing long-range water resources planning since we've existed. And am highlighting 8 studies that we've done in the last 30 years. And specifically, I'm going to speak to some of the results that came out of the 2015 Santa Fe Basin study, and then a follow-up study in 2017 called the Santa Fe Water Reuse Feasibility Study. In 2015, for the first time in our sort of history of planning, we looked at what climate change would mean to the water resources situation in Santa Fe. And the sort of takeaway message was that regardless of what sort of growth scenario we consider, and actually even with no growth, if the city does nothing, we will see shortages, significant shortages by the middle, the 2050s. One interesting outcome is that there's quite a bit of demand uncertainty, perhaps more than even the amount of supply uncertainty associated with climate change. So that was the first takeaway, is that we need to do something to avoid shortages in the future. The second takeaway from that is that from that particular study is that the low-hanging fruit really is effluent that is treated at our water reclamation facility, the Paseo Real.
Jesse, can I interrupt for 1 second? Because you went by it too quickly for me.
Please do.
If you could go back to that slide for 1 second. So if I heard you correctly, you said the first time a study was done that took into account climate change was when?
2015.
And since then, has that been factored into all of our studies, or is it one and done?
No, it's sort of the new paradigm. I would say from a hydrologic perspective, prior to, at least for us, prior to 2015, we looked at historical variability and maybe tree ring data to look at what's the worst sort of drought we might deal with. And then starting in 2015, we sort of layered in another piece, which is not only do we have to deal with variability, there's also a trend of reduced water availability going forward.
Thank you. I think it's important that people know we have our eyes on climate change as a new, I'm sorry to say it, the new normal.
I think that's an important point. Thank you. So following up on that study, where the question was, well, what's the best thing that we could do with this effluent from the Paseo Real water reclamation facility? And that's where we did the Santa Fe Water Reuse Feasibility Study. And the option that came out of that as the most resource efficient option is the San Juan Chama return flow pipeline. I want to give a little bit of background on the 4 sources of water that we use. This map is showing from 2013 through 2019, so 7 years, where the water that we have produced came from. 45% of it came from the BDD, and that's this colored in green here. A third of it came from the Santa Fe River through the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant. And then the remainder, 22%, split approximately evenly between our city well field, which is inside the Santa Fe River watershed, and the Buckman well field, which is outside of the Santa Fe River watershed. I wanted to also highlight the fact that the water that we divert at BDD is Colorado River water. It's a portion of New Mexico's legal share of the Colorado River, and it comes from tributaries to the San Juan, 3 of them, the Rio Blanco, the Little Navajo, and the Navajo, that flow by gravity through tunnels under the mountains, under the Continental Divide, and into Willow Creek for storage in Heron Reservoir. In a good year, we get over 5,000 acre feet of San Juan Chama water, and we have the right to fully consume this imported water. In terms of what 5,000 acre feet means, we, in those 7 years that I'm talking about here, we have produced about 8,600 acre feet each year for distribution through our potable system. About a third of that is lost to outdoor watering or leaks, but fully 2/3 of it, almost 2/3 of it, actually make their way through the sewage collection system and are treated at the Paseo Real water reclamation facility. So the question then is, what would it have looked like if we could have used this water for what we're proposing with the San Juan Chama return flow pipeline, return flow credits at the Rio Grande? If this pipeline had been in place for 2013 through 2019. We could have returned about 2,600 acre feet to the river, and still there would have been about 2,000 acre feet for discharge to the lower Santa Fe River, which is fully half of what flows into McClure or what flowed into McClure during that same period of time. The remainder going to non-potable reuse. So what would this look like when I say the return water to the Rio Grande for return flow credits? Here's the idea. Currently, every drop of water that we divert at BDD of San Juan Chama water that we divert at BDD for use in the city of Santa Fe comes from releases that we make from upstream reservoirs along the Chama system. So everything we divert is from what we released. If we are able to get return flow credits, then we can change that paradigm. And with this return flow pipeline, we take just the unconsumed portion of San Juan Chama water, we move it back to the Rio Grande and discharge it to the river at a point just downstream of our diversion. And now, to support the same diversion into the city for treatment and distribution of potable water, we have released far less water from our upstream reservoirs. And so we're making our upstream reservoir storage go farther by returning this water to the river to keep the river whole. So in the current case where we don't have a return flow pipeline, we don't have any impact on native Rio Grande flows because we're only diverting San Juan Chama water. And in the future case, we also don't have any impact on the quantity of native flows below this whole diversion and return complex because we're making the river whole with these return flows. So I wanted to shift gears now to the resolution that was passed in December of 2019. According to that resolution, the Water Division was tasked with development of a plan for creation of a 40-year water plan and a longer range 80-year water plan. And that public outreach and community input be included in creation and shaping of these plans. And finally, that we investigate implementation of design and construction of a return flow pipeline. So first, on the planning side of things, we have proposed a 5-year planning process, and we have gone through the first round of public feedback, and I'll speak to that a little bit more on the next slide. In this calendar year, we are hoping to develop supply and demand projections, which would include climate change. Next calendar year in 2022, we would evaluate what sort of shortages those supply and demand projections would result in with no change to the system, to the utility system. And then in 2023, we would look at what are the adaptation strategies that we can come up with to bring supply and demand in line. And then finally, we would formalize it with a plan in 2024. We do have ongoing studies mostly related to aquifer storage and recovery right now. We're looking into aquifer storage and recovery along the upper Santa Fe River and thinking about it in part of Buckman Wellfield. And those studies will also feed into the adaptation strategies that we consider. When this 5-year cycle is completed, we will look at it, evaluate what worked, maybe what could be done better. And then when we're ready to begin it again, we'll start over and create another plan. So this is sort of an ongoing cycle, and I anticipate that every 5 to 10 years, we would have a new long-range water resources plan. We had, in terms of the public outreach that we did in 2020, we had 42 people at 2 different webinars where we went over the planned process. We had an additional 18 individuals at 3 breakout sessions where we were in closer communication with them. And based on the public input that we received, we have created a roadmap for this 5-year process, the next 4 years, I should say. And that roadmap has been uploaded to our website. This is a schedule that sort of lays out the places where public input is taken and public feedback, and the main deliverables that we will get out of this planning process. In terms of where we're going, the next steps moving forward now on the planning side of things, we have several, and so this is sort of a complex chart here, but there's a color code here. And mostly the color code, the pieces I want to call your attention to are the black dots. This is an area where we need approval from the governing body. And then the gold is areas where there's a public input piece. So on the planning side of things, we're working on a larger Rio Grande Basin study with other partners. And these other two relate to development of our quantitative water model to use for evaluating shortages and evaluating adaptation strategies. On the pipeline side of things, we are now ready to release RFP to procure engineering design for the return flow pipeline. And once we have those bids, it will be a decision, a governing body decision as to whether to go into a contract with the winning firm. On the permitting side of things, we are ready to begin environmental permitting, environmental assessment permitting under NEPA with the Bureau of Reclamation as our lead, and we're going to need to fund that, and that's going to be a decision brought to a governing body. And we also are going to need some additional contract support with our Office of the State Engineer permitting, and that will also be brought to the governing body for approval. The environmental permitting under NEPA will include a public notice and public scoping period and public meetings. The notice under the OSE application will also include public notice. So the next slide shows how these things fit in time. And I just want to call your attention to these three sort of points of city decisions. And I'll show where those land kind of in time on this next slide. So we have permitting, we have environmental permitting, some other environmental permitting working its way here. We have New Mexico Office of the State Engineer permitting working in parallel. And we have pipeline design working in parallel as well. So these are the two decision points that I mentioned related to environmental permitting. Those we would be ready to bring to, we hope to bring to governing body or start through the committee process at the end of this month. And then we're also ready to release the RFP, and once that process is complete, we'd be ready to bring those proposed contracts back for consideration. And hopefully by the end of 2022, we'll be in a position where we have the environmental permits in place, and hopefully the water rights permits as well, and a 90% design so that we can bid this out for construction. And again, that would be a major decision point at that point, is to take on the contract for the construction of the pipeline. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. You could, for the moment, if you could, yeah, go back to the other view so we can see each other, that'd be great. And I think Councilwoman Villarreal has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Roach, for your presentation and the graphics. I think they're very helpful to see kind of the next iteration of this. You had mentioned in the 5-year planning process.
Councilor Villarreal, I think you inadvertently went to mute. I heard in the 5-year planning process, and that's the last thing I heard.
Okay, sorry about that. In the 5-year process, you had outlined different aspects of what would be occurring. And I was wondering if you could go back to that slide and maybe show it. So in maybe the other graphic that shows the timeline of what would be, public input, and I think it's
number
that
14. Or
yeah,
this,
there you go.
this
That one. So I'm just curious, there will be public input. So in these different objectives that we're discussing, whether it's supply and demand, in 2021. I'm just curious, at what point do we consider, or the city also communicate with other stakeholders and consider irrigation needs that are needed downstream from stakeholders? So I'm wondering if you could explain that, if where they fit into that process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, that's a great question. And I'm glad you asked that, because I didn't mention that this planning process is actually a planning process that we have taken on with the county. And so although our plans won't be the same plans, we will develop city-specific plans. We wanted to make sure that the underlying assumptions, that we weren't reinventing wheels. And so we're working on this process with the county. The county was involved in our outreach. And so I believe that in the supply and demand scenarios and the value elicitation, one of the questions that could be asked is, what would it look like if we had more water available in the lower Santa Fe River? Or what would it look like if we had more water available in the upper Santa Fe River? Or what would it look like if we wanted to restore our aquifers to pre-development conditions? Those sorts of questions we are hoping to elicit in the supply and demand scenario sort of process, because I think that becomes in part a question of values, and in part a question of how could we use the system differently. In terms of downstream irrigation on the lower Santa Fe River, I think that may end up being addressed. Well, first of all, we understand that there's a legal obligation to those senior water rights holders. So I will state that up front. But also, there is a possibility, we don't know anything yet, but we are talking to the county about this return flow pipeline and the advantages and the disadvantages to both the city and the county. And I believe there will be a conversation, a sort of a lower Santa Fe River planning process that will occur, not directly as part of our long range planning, but as part of discussions between the city and the county on the return flow pipeline itself.
Good to know. Thank you. That is and has been one of my concerns, because water rights is already a complex issue, and because we're interconnected in the region for various water sources, and I just want to make sure that as we move along, that's a key tenet that we're looking at as we're going through these different phases. The other thing I wanted to ask, and I think it was on one of your slides, let's see, I think it's related to maybe slide 14. Okay, so yes, thank you. So that process, and related to the Office of the State Engineer and the permitting process. So can you explain to us a little bit about that permitting process and the requirements or the allowances for protests during that time?
I can briefly say it. I believe Marcos is available and he could speak to this more intelligently than I. So maybe I'll just let Marcos take it immediately if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Marcos, you with?
Thank you.
There we are. Did you
apologize? Thank you, Councilor Villarreal, for the question. As Jesse mentioned in the presentation, there will be a couple of opportunities for people to raise issues with respect to the permitting for the pipeline project. And one of those opportunities arises in the state engineer process. Once the city files an application for the return flow pipeline project, the city will be required to publish notice in papers of regular circulation, so likely the Santa Fe New Mexican and the Albuquerque Journal. And in addition to that, the state engineer has increased the notice requirements in the last through the last legislative session to include a public posting on the state engineer's website of all pending applications, and increasing the time under which protestants who take issue with the application have an opportunity to voice their particular issues, even if it's not opposition, through that state engineer process.
And so what does the state engineer then do with those protests?
A protestant then would, once someone files a protest to an application, the application diverges from the normal application review process, and the state engineer sets up a hearing and allows the protestants to basically further develop their positions through that hearing process. That hearing process can also take a more informal turn if the hearing examiner were to recommend some kind of mediation or other alternative dispute resolution.
Got it. So does the city anticipate or expect protests or protestants from downstream users like the acequia associations or ranchers and farmers or La Bajada, the village of La Bajada?
I would expect that type of community interest in this type of application because it is so unique, I would say, this application. And so we fully anticipate it to draw a fair amount of interest. I expect some of those interested parties to be opposed and some to be seeking more information.
Okay. And have you all worked with, or at least communicated in some form with the Pueblo of Cochiti because of their Aboriginal water rights?
The certain members of the Water Vision staff have been in communication with members of the Pueblo of Cochiti. We would like to continue having our dialogue with the Pueblo. And so the answer is yes.
And Councilor Villarreal, just to add a little bit to that, we did visit at Cochiti and presented the return flow pipeline to them, I believe in 2019. And we had them at the BDD for a tour, and Councilor Romero Worth was there, and that was fairly soon before COVID began. And then we had planned to have them in the upper watershed for another, but that has obviously been delayed by the pandemic.
Thank you for the update. And I hope that you all continue that dialogue and make sure that every step of the way that we're including them in the process so we can avoid any kind of other potential conflict in the future. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, have we either in the discussion phases or the permitting phases started talking about, and maybe it's too soon, but are we talking about direct potable reuse yet, or is that something way down the line?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, it's something that we're considering. I would say it was considered explicitly in that the reuse study in 2017. And at this time, it's energy and resource intensive enough that it didn't score well in terms of how much it would cost. It is certainly something that we understand may be where we need to go. Right now, it's not the best alternative, but it's certainly not off the table. If technology or hydrologic conditions change enough, it may become more of a preferred alternative.
And in the design phases, will we be flexible enough with the design to anticipate direct potable reuse?
One of the very nice things about the way this design works and where BDD happens to be, and the fact that BDD treatment plant is an advanced treatment plant, is that this return flow pipeline will go right next to BDD. And so if and when the direct potable reuse option becomes more preferable, it would be possible to add additional treatment there and potentially just short circuit the system and create that opportunity. So we're not closing any doors on direct potable reuse. And in fact, probably creating infrastructure to make it easier in the future.
Great, thank you. And I too, like Councilwoman Villarreal, am concerned about downstream users. So I know back when Claudia was here, and I think you were here pre-COVID when we had meetings, I believe at the University of Art and Design with users. So I know there's been communication. I appreciate that. And hopefully we can all come to an equitable arrangement so that the downstream users feel like they're being heard and their needs are met as well. So thank you for that. I know you've been working hard on that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. I want to second what Councilor Rivera said about direct potable reuse. You know, I've been very interested in making that I believe it's an inevitability, and it will happen. The question is, how do we facilitate the inevitable? And I think at one point we talked about this project potentially having a pilot model for direct potable reuse. I think that one of the concerns about going there right off the bat was that it's still not perfected. The technology is very potentially temperamental, and we didn't want to do anything that would put all of our eggs in that basket. And then if there were a problem, we would have really gone all in with no way of having a secondary option. But if we were able to do this pipeline project with a pilot for direct potable reuse, it would begin to develop our experience with the technology and develop more confidence that as our desire to use every drop of water and reuse every drop of water, we would be anticipating and expediting the inevitable. So I think Councilor Rivera and I are both very on the same page on that option as something that we will get to. May not be the first option, but it becomes an inevitable option. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Roach or Mr. Martinez? Thank you both. Very, very productive, very informative. I'm glad you brought this to us for an update. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your time and interest.
Madam Clerk, I believe our next item is 12, correct?
Yes, Mayor. The next item is matters from the city manager.
City Manager?
Mayor, members of the governing body. I've got a number of updates for you tonight. First is this is our first opportunity to provide an update per the COVID resolution that was passed. The report is in your packet. It was shared with you on Friday. I'll give some brief updates, and then the team is available and I stand for questions. Again, this being our first time, very much open to additional questions, feedback, or otherwise. The report is pretty straightforward. As you saw, we followed the template directly from the resolution. This first one covers the time period of December 16th through January 5th. Future ones will cover basically in between governing bodies, as we're providing them every 2 weeks. As always, the dates on the reports are relevant, and then there is also always a lag time or a change time. For these, as you noted, the report was produced on Friday. So that being said, a couple of things just to highlight, and then like I said, we can open for questions. Police Department received 12 calls over that time period. The average response time to the calls for a COVID information was 54 minutes. For a COVID mask was 12 minutes. The fire department responded to 92 incidents known or suspected to be COVID related. The dedicated ambulance responded to 26 of those 92 calls, and 24 of those calls were confirmed as COVID positive. There were a number of transfers to and from the airport, 23 transfers, 7 of which were documented as COVID related. Again, then scrolling down through the human resources one, that is, again, a little bit out of date. I have since provided you an updated report. The number of new cases from January 1 through January 7 was 8. And on the HR side, there was one closure of a city building due to positive cases. Municipal court was closed. And then lastly, the emergency management section. We have quite a number of inventoried supplies, over 2,500 cotton masks, a large amount of hand sanitizer, and over 1,000 face shields. So with that quick overview, I will stand for questions and acknowledge our two chiefs, our HR director and emergency management director, who are also here and available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up, and Councilor Rivera and Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick clarifying question about the section under fire department, the number of transfers to and from the airport to area hospitals. Can you elaborate on that more?
Chief Babcock, can I ask you to? Thanks.
Yes, members of the governing body. So we have 23 transfers that are documented from this time frame where our units were dispatched to the airport to either receive people that were transferred from other facilities, whether it be Albuquerque, or in the packet is also, we had patients coming from Zuni, Farmington, Chinle, Artesia, and other areas in our surrounding area. So of all those calls, we had 23 in this time frame that we picked up patients at the airport and transported them either to Presbyterian Hospital or Christus Hospital.
Chief Babcock, so are folks then going to, they're getting on a plane to get to us to stay or to be treated at our hospital?
Yes.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, and members of the government, that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
And many of these show that they're Santa Fe County residents. A lot of times when we have patients that live whether in Stanley or Edgewood, they usually seek medical treatment in Albuquerque. So when they are transferred to Santa Fe, even though they have a Santa Fe County residence, they were usually flown from Albuquerque to Santa Fe for bed capacity.
Okay. And then the transfers to the airport are people that are well going back, or are they going to another hospital, maybe in Albuquerque, or what does that mean?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, that could mean either or. It could mean that people are being released from the hospital and being flown back to a lower acute facility, whether it be a nursing home or whatever that secondary care is going to be provided. So it can mean that they are transferred, picked up at the hospital, taken to a facility, or vice versa from a facility to the airport.
Okay, got it. And so the other number that I was wondering about, it says 92 incidents known or suspected to be COVID related, but the COVID dedicated ambulance, out of those 92 calls, not all of them needed the dedicated ambulance response. Is that why it only says 26?
No, Mr. Mayor, members of the government, the reason the 26, so those are the 20 of the 92 that a dedicated med unit was able and available for 26 of those calls. So if they're on another call type or interfacility transfer, we did transport about 4 patients to Raton, Las Cruces, and Albuquerque, many times more than 4. So if that med unit that is dedicated for COVID response is in doing an interfacility transfer for Raton, for example, that's a 5-hour transfer. Other ambulance units were responding to those type of calls.
I didn't realize that our dedicated ambulance would go beyond and outside of our county even. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I am saying that exactly. So when we have a COVID positive patient, this dedicated ambulance is stocked with equipment that we had come to the governing body for ventilators and CPR, mechanical CPR machines, and infusion pumps. And that equipment was to care for these type of patients.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Yeah, that's a lot of transportation happening. Okay, but that's all I have. Thank you.
And if I may add, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, our interfacility transports have increased because a local provider has been suspended by the PRC. So the fire department has picked up some of that slack.
Thanks for the clarity.
Councilor Rivera and then Councilor Casa Sanchez.
Mayor, I'll yield to Councilwoman Casa Sanchez. I had to restart my computer, so
Sure.
I'll wait for that to happen.
No problem. Let us know when you're rebooted. Councilor Casa Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Manager and Chiefs for being here and for this presentation, and Kyle and Bern and Kira, everybody who was involved. A couple questions, Chief Babcock, while you're here, on areas that it says blank, is that a typo or do we just not have that information on hand?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, that's just that the information didn't come through when we pull our data from our software. That information was just not available to us.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to check that. And then Bernadette, you and I had this conversation the other day, but I do think that it's important regarding the emergency paid sick leave. And those had been federal dollars until the 31st of December. And can you please explain again, those dollars will now be paid by the city, but it is, we can get a payroll tax credit for that. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casa Sanchez, yes, you're correct. So the federal benefits expired on December 31st. However, the city took the position to continue those benefits for employees until at least March, the end of March, and kind of see how it goes at that time. And there is no federal funding at this point for that. However, if organizations continue to offer those benefits, then there are some payroll tax credits that organizations can take advantage of.
Okay, perfect. The reason that I'm, thinking about this is that we start to gear up into budget season and looking at, how much longer we might be paying out some of this emergency paid sick leave, and just I want to keep an eye on that and what those payroll tax credits look like and how long they would potentially be offered. So that's something that I will be interested in hearing more about, especially as we jump into budget season. I also had a question. So municipal court did have to close due to a COVID positive case. When was that? I do believe we received an email, but.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casa Sanchez, that was at the end of July.
Okay, so that was back. Okay. And then is municipal court, why do we not include them in our overall chart of COVID cases?
They're included, they're under general government.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then jumping over to the emergency, the PPE. Kyle, I believe that would be you or Kira. Hi. So we have another large order coming in, and I'm curious, how quickly do we go through our PPE? What is it that is of that? What is it that is disposable and how much is reusable? Like, so our cotton masks, for example, for staff, I would imagine those are reusable, and so we're probably not having to replace them as much. But things like our KN95s, I don't know how long our face shields last. So some information about how quickly are we going through it and what are we needing to replenish?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I apologize that Kyle Mason is out sick this evening, and I don't have that information. I'll have to get back to you with that, unless others on the team, maybe Chief Babcock, can speak to that for fire, or others have that kind of information.
Mayor, members of the governing body, this is Kyle Mason. Thank you, Kira. Mayor, councilors, for the majority of the supplies we're receiving from Grainger, that supplies is consumables. So it's sanitizing wipes, it's disinfecting sprays, it's things of those nature. But like you did mention, the more reusable items. The face shields, those can be disinfected and essentially have an endless shelf life, depending on who's using them. If it's a parks worker or something like that, they may get scuffed or scratched and need to be replaced. That being said, we do have a large quantity of those, as they have not been widely adopted throughout the city, but we do have them accessible for anybody that is interested. And then the cotton masks are labeled for 15 uses. So essentially 15 days of use, as people should be using their washing machine or hand washing them each day, depending on the amount of hours that they're having to use them, what kind of environment they're using them in. But the vast majority of these supplies are consumables. But we did order or are in the process of going through vendors trying to source locally approximately $500,000 worth of these supplies, which came out to be about 6 months. But at the rate that we're going to be using them, I anticipate that taking less or lasting longer than we would anticipate originally.
Okay, so that's good to hear. So, and then, I'm sorry, the cotton masks, you said that they can be used for 15 uses, 15 days, and then they're supposed to be disposed of?
Mayor, members of the governing body, that is correct. That is what the packaging says, just based off of the laundering cycle. The fibers in the cotton start to stretch out, is my understanding. That is what it says on the packaging that we received them in. I believe these are Hanes masks that we're receiving from Grainger. These are the conventional white cotton tee looking ones that come in the 5-packs.
Good to know. That was new information for me. So thank you. And then you mentioned it says that there's a processing a large order. Was that and what's going to be in that large order that's coming through?
Mayor, members of the governing body, that is the same items that we've been working through. There are a few items that are one-time purchases that we're working on that convert some of the washing stations, bathrooms to digital read so that the hand washing starts automatically. You don't have to touch that, or things to make it more COVID safe in our convention center and other facilities.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate it. And if you are sick, go rest up, have some tea. And then, so I did have a couple questions about the police department detailed calls. I noticed that on some of these calls, we are getting multiple calls about a single location, a single facility. And this was just, this time period. So I'm not sure if we'd seen calls for other places. Is that something that we are tracking, that if there are locations that we are getting multiple calls reporting about over time, are we looking at that?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, that's a great question. That's something that we look at here internally. A majority of the calls that we're seeing are grocery stores, other stores, big box stores, and parks themselves. Those are the top lists from my knowledge all the way around.
Okay, and then if we are getting, repeated calls about a certain location, how are we addressing this? That there are some areas that might be repeat offenders, not, really paying attention.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, just same thing. We'll use a grocery store as an example. If we, over the next couple months, if we receive 15 calls over the next 3-4 months, that someone in the grocery store is not wearing a face covering, and we respond 15 times, at that point, by the time we do get there and we see that someone is not wearing a face covering, or by the time we do respond and that person that was getting complained on has already left the location, how can we fault the grocery store?
Right, but these look like they're COVID info calls and not mass calls that I'm seeing.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, same thing with those COVID info calls. We'll use the one downtown at 66 East San Francisco Street, Plaza Galleria. Same thing there. If people, the multiple gallery shops inside of that location, what exactly is the violation? At that point, we have to figure out, of course, what the violation is. Is it an individual business or is it the overall establishment? And then at that point, if we need to monitor them closely, but it all comes down to manpower and manpower allocation. If we were to say that this location was a high utilizer of the calls, do we try to station an officer there to be proactive? At this point, we can't dedicate an officer to do something like that, if that's what you're going for.
Well, I would never recommend stationing an officer in one location, but I do know, in the past that we've had for speeding, you might pop by, and if we know that there's a location that's kind of a hot spot for some other things that we are watching. So that is more where I am heading in this direction, especially with something like Plaza Galleria, where we often have officers on the plaza or in the downtown area. I do know we were also on a call with some community leaders regarding COVID and with the mayor that he's been convening. And there was somebody who had mentioned that they've been noticing in a lot of stores, there's nobody counting people coming in. So again, just trying to figure out some of this proactive components of this to really be ensuring that the safety of our community is at the forefront during this time. And really, again, how are we making sure, doing our best effort to get back down so that we can lift some of our restrictions, get into the yellow and green. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about when we are getting calls about specific places that, there might be multiple calls coming in. And then I was also curious about no report required. Can you tell me what that means?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, an example of a no report required is Officer Andrew Padilla gets dispatched to a grocery store, someone not waiting or while they were waiting in line or going into the location without a face covering. I get there and I respond. I speak to the complainant or I speak to the store manager, try to make contact with whoever the reporting person was. If they describe the person that they were wearing a certain outfit and sunglasses and they went into the location, I could do a walkthrough of the location to see if I find that person. And then if I don't find that person, then no report is required. And the call is closed.
That clarification of what that means. Yeah, I think that's my main question was just of these areas that if you're getting repeat calls about a certain location, that might require a different strategy as we're really starting to look at some of this prevention piece. And that's something I would like us to continue looking at. I also noticed that there was a call about a restaurant at 6 something. And then, at 9:45, there wasn't anybody there. And even in not COVID times, let's be honest, at 9:45, there's not going to be anybody in a Santa Fe restaurant on a Thursday night. So looking at some of those pieces too, that, the timing of when these things might be occurring and what are some of those proactive pieces that we can take place. I appreciate the report. I think some of it could be a little bit easier to read and Jarrell, Councilor Rivera and I were discussing this today, that we can maybe sit down with you to talk about some clarifications that we can see. So we'll work on that with you and I'll contact you about that offline. I believe those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, did your computer get rebooted up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Salazar, under, let's see, page 3, item B, the cumulative positive cases among city employees, and then that is broken out, and I believe the result or the grand total is 87. But then when you go to item E, there's a lot more people that are utilizing emergency sick leave. So can you talk about who can utilize emergency sick leave? How many? Clearly, if there's only 87 positive COVID cases, then there's a lot more utilizing. I know the time frames are a little different, but can you just talk about that a little?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, that's a really good question. So eligibility for the emergency paid sick leave under the federal regulations and state regulations included close contacts. So we offered the emergency paid sick leave to anyone who might be considered or who is considered or was considered a close contact under the state's definition. Those numbers also included through the last pay period, which ended, I believe, on December 25th. Anyone who took advantage of the FMLA expansion leave for childcare issues due to closures of daycares or schools. So that would also include those hours.
All right, so if you were exposed or you had a close contact, how much time were you being asked to take, I guess? Is it 10 days, 14 days?
It's typically 14 days, and we do a look back period, and we give the employee who's identified as a close contact the date that they would be eligible to return back to work. But typically it is the 14 days.
And then if that close contact actually contracted the virus, then would they be given more time off on top of what they've already had?
No, the total amount of leave granted is 80 hours. And so if they had another case, you know, we really work hard with the departments to determine if there's a telework option for the employee, if they are well enough to continue to work from home. If not, then we work with them on utilizing accrued sick leave and have approved accrued annual leave or comp time as well. And in very limited situations, we've worked with a couple of employees on sick leave bank hours if they qualify for family medical leave.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, if you're still on, regarding the inventoried supplies we have, it seems like we have quite a bit of cotton masks, KN95s, 2-ounce bottles of sanitizer. It seems, are these being utilized? Are they being given out? Are they being put out to people that need them instead of being in storage for us?
Mayor, members of the governing body, yes, anybody that is interested in any of these supplies, whether it be a local business or a specific constituent that just needs them, or a department within the city, these supplies are readily available within reason. We're not here to fund an entire Walmart-sized operation by any means, but we are trying to get people safe and healthy and keep them safe and healthy. So anybody that is interested within city government knows to reach out to me. I try to bring it up or make sure that these supplies are known during senior staff and meetings that I'm in with other city staff members. But if there's organizations throughout the city that are interested in a small amount of supplies, we're able to provide, especially those hand sanitizers. We did receive those from the State Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management when they had more supplies readily available, and were distributing those to local municipalities.
Great. I know with another order coming in, I'd rather not see us, holding on to a lot of supplies and really getting them out to the people that need them. So thank you for that. Chief Padilla, is there any concern about the length of time that it's taking to get to areas, specifically, I guess, the Osteria call, which came in at 6:49 and really no one arrived until 9:15. By then, I assume any party or people gathering would have dispersed by then.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, yeah, that's always a concern, as I once gave the example that sometimes calls may pen for 30 minutes or 3 hours. Each day is different depending on what calls for service are happening throughout the day. Is it a busy day? Is it a slow day? each day is different. We would have to go back. And as you see, that was on December 31st, New Year's Eve. So it was a busy day for the officers. They could have been responding to parties, crashes, who knows what was going on that afternoon or evening. That's something that would have to be researched. But just looking at it, you see that the caller reported 100 people were eating inside of the location. I've personally been to that location. I don't know if they could even seat that many people. I could be wrong on that amount there. But the officer did make contact with the staff there, and they said it was just only the employees that were there making the orders, and then the people that were coming and going to pick up the to-go orders. But as you saw, that call came in at 6:49, and then yes, the officer arrived at 9:15. That afternoon, evening must have been busy for the officers. So by the time they got there, that would explain that delay.
All right, and then similar to Councilor Cassius Sanchez, those areas or those places where you have multiple calls, are they being sort of placed as an area of concern, I guess, if you continue to have calls for violations at the same place? Maybe it requires a little more attention.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, as we move forward over the next few months during this reporting period, we'll continue to evaluate those hotspots, and we will make the attempts to go in and educate the business owners and let them know that during this 1 month or 90-day period, we have received 5, 6, 15 calls for service. Explain the calls to them and let them know, hey, look, this is what we are seeing. Either you're going above occupancy, or we're receiving multiple people claiming that you guys are still operating and have people inside, or you guys aren't mandating that people wear face coverings. But yes, we'll take that into consideration and go with the education approach and let them know that they are on the top offender list.
Great, thank you. And have you received any calls about either, probably grocery stores not counting people coming in or leaving the way they had been?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, prior to the latest governor's public health order adjustment now during the cold winter hours and times, prior to that, yes, the grocery stores were getting complaints that they were over occupancy and people were getting frustrated waiting outside in line or in the cold. But now that it's up to each store to mandate those and cover it and keep track of the people coming and going. As you see the report here, none of those calls for service are in there. So the adjustment with the governor's public health order has really helped out, and it's up to each store. But prior to this reporting period and this report here, yes, we did receive those calls that some stores were over occupancy. So when the officer or supervisor would get to that location of that grocery store, they would speak to that door greeter or monitor or even management, and they would show, many of them are technology based, and show them the tablet that they were using to say, hey, look, this is what we've tracked through in and out the day. And they say, hey, okay, our occupancy is maxed out at 150 people. And as of right now, we have 79 people in the store.
Yeah, I didn't see any of those calls on here. Maybe just the reporting time was different. So that's why I asked that question. So, I know, and this isn't a question, Chief, it's just a comment, but I know that nobody was really interested or didn't really have an appetite for really increasing the priority of COVID responses. But, I remind this governing body that there are more people dying from COVID in Santa Fe and in Santa Fe County than there are from homicides or traffic accidents and those things. So, it is in my opinion, is a priority, should be something that's looked at seriously. And again, as we continue to get these reports, we'll all keep that in mind and keep reminding everybody. So thank you, Chief. Thank you all. Madam City Manager, we will be getting together with you to talk about some other things related to the report, but we'll do that offline. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you for that report.
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes, City Manager, back to you.
yes, I do. Thank you. I just wanted to say publicly. I've shared a lot of reports with you all over the course of the last week. You have two GRT updates for September and October in your inboxes, as well as the reports on contracts up to $200,000 for November and December. So those reports are with you. And again, we provide weekly the COVID cases on Friday to you all. So this report will cover those two, the time in between council meetings, and then there is a weekly update on COVID cases within the city. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Matters from the city attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Members of the governing body, I have the recommendation that we go into executive session, specifically on acquisition or disposition of land related to the Midtown property. That is the land that was formerly owned as the College of Santa Fe and the Santa Fe University of Art and Design. And this is under section 1015(1) of the Open Meetings Act, part H8.
Okay. Councilor Rivera, is there a motion to go into executive session for this one item or this item?
Sure, I make a motion that we move into executive session to discuss the matter listed on the agenda as recommended by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Romero Worth has seconded Councilor Rivera's motion. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez. Yes. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
And I just want to note Counselor Vigil Koppler as excused.
Correct. So we're going to go to executive session. I want to note for people who are tracking this on YouTube or on the radio or other devices, it's 5:34. We are supposed to resume at 6 p.m. I can't guarantee we will do that, so please monitor this space going forward and be aware that even before we get to the public hearings section of that evening agenda, there are petitions from the floor and several appointments. So please monitor this and use your time so as we don't leave you wondering where we've gone and when we'll be back. We'll try to get back as promptly as we can and back on calendar. With that, let's go into executive session. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's about 5:55. We are reassembling from our executive session. For those who are tracking us either through YouTube or on the radio or other devices, we'll be convening presently as folks come back from the other Zoom session. So please bear with us for a few minutes while we get everybody back into this meeting room. Thank you. So I believe Councilor Vihel-Coppler is still excused unless she's able to rejoin us. I think as soon as she can, she will. But I don't think we would be well advised to wait for that to happen, given what she said about having to step away. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're here. Our city attorney is here. Our city clerk is here. Our city manager is here. And Mr. Joe Abeyta, I believe we're all present and accounted for. Is that correct, sir? I think. In that case, if we are all present and accounted for, Councilor Rivera, could you please make a motion?
Yes, sir. I make a motion that we return from executive session, stating for the record that discussion was limited to the item that was listed on the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I heard Councilor Cassett Sanchez first, so Councilor Rivera's motion was seconded. Could the clerk please call the roll on that motion?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has passed.
Very good. That was an information item. There's no follow-up action on the agenda. With that in mind, I turn to item number 15 on the agenda, which is matters from the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have anything for us?
No, Mayor, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to communications from the governing body, and I'll just go around the room. Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a thank you to the folks in this city that do some frontline work all the time. The clerks at grocery stores, people, all different kinds of places that we go to, and they've been there throughout this entire pandemic, and they remain cheerful, and they're always there, and they amaze me. They just amaze me and how they show up every day, and they do what they do, and they give our lives some normalcy. And I'm really grateful to them. I'm also grateful to all those folks at pharmacies and St. Christus that are distributing the vaccine to people. It's a tough job, and I just think they're doing great. I just wanted to say thank you to these folks that we see every day that you know, they put a smile on our face and give us some semblance of normalcy, which we could use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rivera, you have the floor. I think you have something to introduce.
I do. Before that, I'd like to ask the city manager to thank the city crews that were working on Country Club Road today, taking care of the medians, weeds, trimming bushes. Looks amazing. They do such a good job going through. So if you can pass that along, I'd appreciate it. I had requested some information. I still haven't received it yet regarding the mayor's emergency declaration, which talked about the bag ban ordinance. Now during this time where people are struggling with paying the rent versus buying food versus doing something else, some places are still charging 10 cents for bags, and in some cases even forcing people to buy bags. And even though we're getting the funding for it, that's, you know, our continued funding for it, that's not a reason to ignore the emergency declaration. So if we can get an answer to that, Madam City Manager, I'd appreciate it. Okay. So what the enforcement is going to be for the bag ban ordinance. And then I am introducing a resolution convening the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission and calling for the redistricting of the 4 City of Santa Fe council districts prior to the municipal election on November 7th, 2023, based on the results from the 2020 US Census. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll get that back to you on the bag business. Councilor Casa-Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I am introducing an ordinance amending section 7-1.1 SFCC 1987 to adopt the newest version of the International Energy Conservation Code as adopted and amended by the State of New Mexico Construction Industries Division. Councilor Abeyta is co-sponsoring that with me. And then I wanted to actually thank Councilor Rivera for his words at the invocation today. I know that we are moving into discussion of chart, which has been a hot topic, and sometimes our conversations have gotten a little bit heated. I think that, as Councilor Rivera said, you know, having that respectful debate is very important. And you know, I do also want to echo those words that this is a council that is extremely intelligent and passionate and has really wonderful and creative ideas. And as we move into this conversation, which has been challenging, just to encourage all those ideas to come forward, as well as to remember that this is a governing body that truly is working towards solutions for our city. And so thank you, Councilor Rivera, for those words. I thought that was a really wonderful way to be starting our meeting this evening. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't have anything this evening. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Councilor Garcia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to remind folks to, if you haven't already, sign up for the vaccine. And it's going to be coming pretty quick here in the spring and summer, and we want to ensure that folks are lined up and ready to get vaccinated should they want to be. And hopefully by the summer, things will be a different atmosphere for everybody. I also want to give I guess a shout out to Ms. Mahalsek and her inaugural Madam City Clerk meeting. So welcome aboard, and look forward to having you on board during the meetings. And then in regards to what Councilor Rivera said earlier in his comments, we all know change is coming, especially on the national level. Tensions are high, and we saw it even more with the impeachment of President Trump for the second time today. And we want to ensure that everybody has their right to their opinions, their political views, their political perspectives, but please honor those perspectives in a safe manner. I think with everybody saw the outcome of the riot that took place at the US Capitol last week. We don't want that to happen anywhere, whether it's at the US Capitol or even our New Mexico State Capitol. So let's all just agree to disagree. If your candidate won, if they didn't win, we all are US citizens, we all are Americans, and we all work together to hopefully strive together and build together and succeed together. I know for an example, I know folks that are some of my great friends that have opposing views, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends and still love one another and agree to disagree and move forward. So if that's all I have, Mr. Mayor, and just everybody, please be safe, take care of each other.
Thank you, Councilor. Good words. Councilor Abeyta, to you.
Thank you, Mayor, but Councilor Rivera covered my thanks to the crews in District 3. The medians look good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning. And Councilor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wish everybody Happy New Year and glad we're all back and getting back into the groove, so to speak. So thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. I know, I hope Councilor Vihil-Coppler would be back with us, but in her absence, let me just introduce a few measures and then have a few words to say. These are in my co-sponsors, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, an ordinance approving a global, I'm not going to read the whole title, but it's an ordinance approving a global management performance contract by and between the city and Dalkia Energy Solutions LLC for the installation of streetlight upgrades, subject to governing body approval of a separate financing transaction to finance the costs of the agreement, authorizing the pledge of utility cost savings as security for the transaction for the financing of the agreement, and the execution and delivery of certain other agreements and documents in connection with the EPC, ratifying action previously taken in connection with the agreement, repealing all ordinances and prior action in conflict herewith and related matters. A second ordinance accepting the investment grade audit report and approving the energy savings performance contract by and between the city of Santa Fe and Year Out Energy Services Company LLC, subject to governing body approval of a separate financing transaction to finance the cost of the EPC. And then a third item, also co-sponsored with my colleagues, Councilors Lindell and Rivera, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement by and between the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and to be determined the lessor, evidencing a special limited obligation to the city to pay an amount of up to $20 million together with interest thereon for the purpose of acquiring, installing, and equipping energy efficient measures throughout the city, providing for the pledge and payment of the amounts due under the lease purchase agreement solely from utility costs and water conservation savings and payments received by the city. These are three items that go together in a package for a sustainability agenda that I think will all do us proud. I want to turn briefly to the comments that were made earlier by my colleagues about the events last week in Washington, D.C., both horrifying, shocking, and at the same time unprecedented in an attempt to overthrow the will of the people and undermine our democracy. I'll give you a few items that I've been very aware of and make a brief statement on it. I did, with the mayor of Albany, New York, help convene a meeting of U.S. Conference of Mayors from capital cities today. There were about 50 mayors and their police chiefs and staff people on the call. We received a briefing from two experts who advised the U.S. Conference of Mayors on issues involving policing and public safety. I think it's safe to say that across the country and in every capital city, there is both a heightened sense of awareness of what transpired in Washington. The aftershocks have not stopped. We are all still contending with the fact that people in all of our communities are concerned and on edge and eager for peace and peaceful demonstrations to be conducted, but always with a mind toward peaceful demonstrations. I have a brief statement I'd like to read into the record and just make sure people hear this as I state it. In view of the heightened concern over public safety in the days leading up to the presidential inauguration, I've been in close contact with Governor Lujan Grisham to ensure that we're taking the right steps here in Santa Fe to protect people and property in the event of any violence. To that end, the city of Santa Fe and the chief of police are closely coordinating their efforts with our federal and state law enforcement partners. I am personally closely monitoring the situation, and we are taking whatever precautions are needed. I helped convene a group of mayors from other state capitals across the country to discuss what we are all doing to coordinate with our state officials and locally to protect our cities. Santa Fe is the capital city, and I believe in the First Amendment right to peacefully protest at our state capitol. It absolutely does not mean that anyone has a right to incite violence or destruction. I remain hopeful that any protests at the Capitol this weekend and through Inauguration Day will remain peaceful. That is what we are hoping for. We're calling for people to remain calm. Those who wish to demonstrate have the right to demonstrate, but they do not have the right to break the law or incite violence. So with that, that completes communications from the governing body for tonight. And we move to the evening session. It's 6:11. I know we have 12 attendees in the other room. I want to make sure everybody knows that if you are here to speak to one of the items that is a public hearing, please do not speak during this petitions from the floor. They're different items. If you have something unrelated to the public hearings, please raise your hand in the in that attendee room, and Joe Abeta will promote you so you'll have a chance to speak to the governing body. But if you're here to speak on one of the public hearings, please do not raise your hand until we get to the public hearing that you're intending to speak to matters about. So I'm looking if there are any hands now. I'm not seeing any, which leads me to believe that the folks in the attendee room are all here for one of the public hearings. With that in
Mayor?
mind, yes. Oh,
I see that Virgil here that wants to speak to something that's not on the agenda today.
okay. If this is not one of the public hearings, then let's give him 1 minute to speak to the governing body.
Yes, sir. All right, Virgil, you've been unmuted.
1 minute. It used to be 3 minutes at one time, then it went to 2. Now we're at 1. The December line is too short. It should be 18 months process. I understand that the mayor wants it completed prior to his departure.
Excuse me, Mr. Sir, this is, you're speaking, pardon me, but you're speaking to an item that is on the public hearings agenda. So if you could wait till that item is in front of us, then you'll have a chance to speak.
Okay, I can wait till then.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's always a little tricky to make that distinction, but we will be having the public hearings, and your voice will be heard at that time. If there is no one else who wants to speak on matters unrelated to the public hearing, then Madam Clerk, could you take us to item 19, which we have 2 sets of appointments to make?
Absolutely, Mayor. The items are in the packet, but I will go ahead and read the names for the Board of Adjustment appointments. Gary Friedman is a reappointment, term ending 9/2024. Rachel Winston, reappointment, term ending 9/2023. Donna Reynolds, reappointment, term ending 9/2023. Colleen Deering, reappointment, term ending 9/2022. Doug Moss, reappointment, term ending 9/2022. Grant Alexander, term ending 9/2024. And Daniel Painter, term ending 9/2024. We'll do, those were the Board of Adjustment appointments, Mayor, and terms.
Thank you. Is there a motion to appoint these individuals?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Lindell, I should note this for the minutes. Councilor Lindell made the initial motion and Councilor Garcia seconded it. Is there discussion? Apologies. If not, could the clerk call the roll on this slate of appointments?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has passed, Mayor.
Thank you. And could you then move to the Planning Commission appointments?
Absolutely. I'll read the members, the appointment, as well as the district and the term for these individuals. Brian Gutierrez, District 1, reappointment, term ending 6/2022. Jessica Eaton Lawrence, District 1, reappointment, term ending 6/2023. Mark Hogan, District 2, reappointment, term ending 6/2022. Pilar Faulkner, District 3, reappointment, term ending 6/2023. Lee Garcia, District 3, reappointment, term ending 6/2022. Dominic Satega, District 4, reappointment, term ending 6/2022. Janet Clow is an at-large member, reappointment, term ending 6/2022. Carly Picareo, District 2, term ending 6/2023. And Amanda Chavez, District 4, term ending 6/2023.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez made the motion. I heard Councilwoman Villarreal first. So there's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion of these appointments? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Abeyta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. In that case, we now move to the public hearings part of the agenda. And Madam Clerk, if you would introduce us to item 20A. It's a public hearing.
Yes, Mayor. Item public 20A is consideration of bill. Oh, yes. Sorry, Mayor. There's a few pages on my desk tonight. There we go. Consideration of bill 2020-35, adoption of ordinance number 2021-1. This is sponsored by Councilor Rivera, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Garcia, and Councilor Lindell. It's an ordinance amending section 16-15.2, the Santa Fe City Code 1987 to remove the possibility of imprisonment for the conviction of a violation of this section.
Okay. For process, we have, this is a public hearing. We have people in the attendee room. Is there anyone in the attendee room who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you to speak to this particular item. Oh, it looks like Councilor Vihil-Coppler is back. Maybe we could promote her back into the main meeting.
She's been promoted, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak to item 20A in the attendees room? I don't see any hands going up. Okay. Is there a motion regarding this item from the governing body?
Move
Move
for
to approve.
approval.
I heard Councilor Rivera make the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Councilor Garcia seconded it. Now we have discussion. Welcome back, Councilor Villacapa. Is there discussion about this item for the members of the governing body? Questions? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just, I guess, a quick housekeeping question. I know that our state legislature is going to be looking and taking up upon a bill to recreationalize marijuana usage in New Mexico. And so how might that impact this particular ordinance? Would we just go back and, I guess, delete any reference to marijuana in this ordinance? I guess that's a question for the city attorney. I guess I'm forward thinking in that sense.
Mr. Hibner or Ms. McSherry, do either of you have a comment about that question? Your guidance on that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I think it would require another amendment if the state does go ahead and legalize the recreational marijuana.
Okay, great. I just wanted to, because it sounds like there's support in both chambers, and it might be, I don't know the future of it, but it just that way we can start thinking about it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification. No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions from the governing body? Seeing no other hands, could the clerk please call the roll on 20A?
Yes, Mayor, and actually, Councilor Vigil-Koppler is ironically in the role.
Yes.
Councilor Vigil-Koppler.
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Beta.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Thank you. Now, if you could introduce us to 20B, if you would.
Yes, Mayor. This is a consideration of a resolution. It is, read through the sponsors, Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Cassett Sanchez, Councilor Vigil-Koppler, Councilor Romero Worth, and Councilor Lindell. Sponsors of the bill, a resolution hosting community conversations and establishing a special city committee on Santa Fe's cultures, histories, art, reconciliation, and truth.
Okay, and I believe in the packet we will ultimately be considering the substitute resolution, but Ms. McSherry, did you want to speak to that for a minute or make a point?
Mr. Weber, councilors, that motion would certainly be appropriate when we get to that point. Yes, to consider the substitute.
Right. I think it's important for the clarity for people who are watching or listening or here to testify to make it be as clear as we can about which item or what version is going to be the one most likely taken up tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Rivera.
Before we begin the discussion, the deliberation, I would request that we give people wishing to speak 2 minutes. I don't think there's very many. It's the only item left on our agenda. So if you would be open to that, I would greatly appreciate it.
That was my plan. Given the number of people we have in the attendee room and the significance of this item, I was only doing the 1 minute for the petitions from the floor, but I think you're exactly right. You see it, you and I see it the same way.
Great, thank you.
You bet. And now let me make a suggestion as to how we might proceed. what I'd like to do, we have as guests, if you will, in our attendee room, two individuals from the Albuquerque city government, both Dr. Sanchez and Mr. Hakeem Bellamy, who were instrumental in the Albuquerque developing and executing, implementing the Albuquerque process. I'd like to turn for a briefing and a quick overview from them, let them provide us with a backgrounder. Then we would go to the members of the public with 2 minutes per person to speak to us on this issue. Then we'd come back to the governing body and have questions and then take a motion and then further discuss the matter in front of us before we go any further. So with that, I welcome.
Mayor, I'm sorry. This
Yeah.
is Councilor Romero Worth. I think that you had wanted to allow the governing body to ask questions of the presenters. Is that something you were?
If we can take the time to do that, I also, like Councilor Rivera said, I have great respect for the people who've been waiting in the public room. So I don't want to have them endlessly waiting their turn to speak their piece. So,
Okay.
But we do have the benefit of these two individuals who I think can provide a quick overview and a background of their project, their program. And Mr. Bellamy, welcome. Dr. Sanchez, welcome. Thank you so much for, I know you do this in Albuquerque in your own council meetings, that you would be willing to come participate with the Santa Fe governing body is extraordinarily generous of you. And we're all very grateful to you. And I'd like to turn the floor over to you to give us an overview and just provide a background on the Albuquerque process, please. So the floor is yours, both Mr. Bellamy and Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor, and we're thankful to you, Council, Santa Fe City Council. It's good to be with you, however, virtually. I'm going to take the lead from our team tonight. I have Dr. Sanchez, who is our department director. I'm one of two deputy directors for the Cultural Services Department. And we have Alicia Manzano also on the call from the mayor's office. And so we're part of the Race History and Healing Project, which is the initiative that was created in short order after the civil unrest of the summer, especially when it became very specific to our culture, our history, and our place here in New Mexico. And so I know you were dealing with some situations in the northern part of the state where we were having a broader conversation across the country about race and history, about the symbols that represent us, the symbols that we chose collectively to represent us, and what it means, and what those symbols mean to us now and moving forward. Here in our neighborhood, that took place at the site of the Albuquerque Museum, but it was actually a piece of art in the public art collection. And so La Jornada is our installation of art there that included a semblance, a visage of Juan de Oñate. And on June 15th, events escalated to where one of our community members was hurt in the violence that occurred at the protests at that particular statue. By the end of that week and the early part of next week, we quickly got up on its feet the Race History and Healing Project. The conversations about this project actually began a full 2 weeks prior to the incident that was happening here. We were very aware of the national conversations and already had decided that it would be a good idea for our community to have a sustained conversation about history and heritage and race in our community. Of course, the violence at the site of the installation accelerated our plans, and we quickly had it on its feet the following Friday. Our Mayor Tim Keller, announced that this project would be something that we were going to begin immediately. In doing that, he asked our department, the Cultural Services Department, because both the Albuquerque Museum and our public art program sit within our department, spoke with our director, Dr. Sanchez, and we quickly formed a city team of 12 folks. And so that's the kind of resource that is required for the kind of project that we mounted. We also had support from 10 hired and professionally trained facilitators that were going to hold these community conversations that I'll speak to in a second. And then we had 9 community advisors who are folks who have a history and a resume of having done this work, both in the state and in other parts of the country to really create a process that was both partly designed by the community and a process that would be respected by folks in the community who do this work. And so that began in the end of June. Our process hit the ground running when we started having community conversations. They hit the ground running around the middle of July, just after the 4th of July, I believe we had our first session. Those sessions ran all the way through the end of September into early October. In October, we had what we describe as a community solutions table after we held 59 different community sessions of anywhere from 8 to 20 folks. We also had 21 convened sessions, so that's a grand total of 80 different dialogue sessions, and those sessions were all 2 hours apiece. And for folks who went through the entire process, they sat through 3 2-hour convenings for those community dialogue sessions. And so at the end of the day, with those sessions, we were able to have about 264 folks devote 6 hours of time to having this community conversation. We realized that that was a huge burden of time to ask folks for, even in the pandemic. These convenings were happening virtually. So we created other opportunities for people to access this conversation. One was a survey, which received over 1,290 results, or different people participated in the survey. And we also had an hour-long interview process that we did to folks that we felt that we did not want the process to conclude without having participations, community leaders, many folks who, for whatever reasons, weren't able to participate in community dialogue sessions and the survey. And those interviews lasted anywhere from 10 or 15 minutes to an hour long. And so at the end of the day, we estimate that we had about 130 hours of dialogue that these people went through. And from the community dialogue participants, the people who sat through the 6 hours, we developed what we call a community solutions table. And so that table ended up being 51 of those 264 people who started the process. All were invited. Those were the folks who could commit more time and self-selected themselves in. And at the end of the day, the recommendations that went to our city council by way of resolution, in September, our city council passed a resolution to ensure that the results of this process ended up with them, Resolution 2080. At the end of the day, those 51 participants came up with the following recommendations that I'm happy to share with you. Their resolve was that the Oñate statue, and that is the particular piece of the installation, not the installation in its entirety, that the piece that is actually currently off display, that was another action that our mayor took immediately. We used the Visual Arts Rights Act to get a waiver from the living artist who completed that particular piece of the statue. And that allowed us, with the artist's permission, to keep it off display for a year. And we're still in that year right now, but the recommendations from the community solutions table was that that particular piece of the installation would not return to the installation at 19th and Mountain. The other recommendation from the community solutions table to the city council, or to the administration, and then on to the city council by way of the administration, was that La Jornada, the larger installation, will not remain as is on the land of 19th and Mountain. There was lots of conversation about what it means to actually contextualize our history. And so the group additionally expressed a strong desire for continued dialogue, which was actually the intention of this project going in. Mayor Keller, in his earliest remarks about the Race History and Healing Project, when he announced the team, he even said that, here in our city, our art is a public community decision. No single elected official can make permanent changes, that this is an opportunity for our city to find unity and address these concerns around our cultural identity. So nowhere in there was there language that the only reason for having these conversations was the statue itself. Obviously, that was an outcome that the city was looking for to figure out how to proceed there. But our intention from the beginning was to continue to have these conversations, and beyond these recommendations that everybody could find consensus on, there were additional recommendations around how the city can continue to engage folks around issues that matter significantly to our community. And so these are the recommendations that went before City Council in their first City Council meeting of December. At the time, City Council asked that we not proceed on any more activity until we can actually broaden the conversation to include more community members. The pandemic definitely inhibited our ability to meet in person, and for some folks, meeting by computer is not the ideal way to meet and have community conversation. And so we as a department have already explored how we'd like to move forward in the pandemic and beyond the pandemic to continue to have these conversations. And it actually is already a part of our public art process. Whenever any piece of public art in our collection is altered in any way, there's a process that includes community conversation. And so this was an opportunity for us to make that conversation bigger, to make it citywide because of the significance of the conversation we were having. And that information was also received by our public art board as well, who would be part of any conversations going forward. And so that is where we arrived, and that is the action the council took as recently as the beginning of December. I'm going to stop there because I would rather have more time for your questions, and I also have Alicia and Dr. Sanchez to help answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. I wonder, Dr. Sanchez or Ms. Manzano, either of you have additional points you'd like to make or emphasize? We really appreciate your taking the time to be with us here tonight.
I think Hakeem did a lovely job of introducing. I think, for us, the most important part of what we tried to design, and I think we were successful in a lot of ways, was really our focus was on community-centered dialogue. Often these kinds of issues end up in a town hall format where our community members are on one side and decision makers and elected officials are on another side, and individuals are each individual that comes up is trying to convince elected officials and decision makers about what they would like to see happen. The real focus in this kind of design is bringing our community into a room together and centering the dialogue community member to community member and generating solutions there that are then brought to a decision-making body. I think that is for us the core of what we were trying to do, and also how we think democracy works well and how our communities are strengthened together. With a fundamental belief that if we spend time talking to each other and listening to each other, especially with well-facilitated conversations and dialogues and agreements about how we're going to talk to each other, that we can make a lot of progress. So to me, that's one of the core pieces that we really laid out when we started. Thank you. And Alicia might have her own perspective.
Yeah, I think I would just reiterate what Hakeem mentioned in that Mayor Keller just did not want to make this decision unilaterally, and we didn't want a decision coming from our office about what should happen because it really lies with the public. It's a piece of public art, but it's also something that means a lot to the community. And we felt like this was more than just about a statue. We had to have really raw discussions about culture and history and heritage and what it meant to each person. And although this was not the easiest road to take, we do stand behind that. We think it was the right road to take because folks were able to express opinions on all sides. And although there was a lot of disagreement, let's be honest, there's people in a Zoom space who are on very opposite sides of the spectrum. But I think in the end, there was an understanding, which is where the healing comes in. And so I strongly encourage any kind of community process, as Shell mentioned, to be very much community centered, as opposed to being spoken at or to, because I don't think you ever move past, you're having then the same conversation 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I'll also stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you being here tonight. I know this is above and beyond the call of duty, so we're grateful to you. And if we can repay you sometime, let us know. We'll come testify in front of your city council. I know there are questions. I also want to remind everybody we have about a dozen people or so in the attendee room who are waiting their turn to speak. And so we don't want to make them wait too long. But if there's a quick set of questions or something that was left a little unclear by our guests, I think we could entertain a few questions from the members of the governing body. If not, we can thank them and let them have a Wednesday evening back to themselves. Councilor Garcia, your finger is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick, I guess, point of clarification. And since Mr. Bellamy brought it up in regards to the decision that the Albuquerque City Council made. I know that they made the decision to not, they deferred their decision, but they, in addition to that, they made the decision as a council to hold 2 additional public hearings that the council would host. Is that correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, no, that is not correct. At this point, they received the recommendations from the community, and they did agree that they would like to see further discussion held once we can bring people together in the same space. And so at this point, we're just on hold until, public health orders allow us to bring people into conversation and community. But there are no plans for any additional public hearings at this point.
Okay, just because I was informed when that decision was made that there was a different decision, and the media actually reported it, that there was going to be upcoming hearings led by the city council, and per city charter, there had to be 2. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor. Anybody else? While we have our Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but I just wanted to have you go over again the length of the process. How long did this take?
I would say, let's see, Councilor, I don't have my glasses on. Councilor Vihil, it took as long as we had, and we wish we had a little bit more time, and I guess in some ways we do now. We started in July, and we finished the first week of November with recommendations that then went to our arts board and then went to city council by December. I see that your current resolution allows for a year for the process. And I commend you on that. And after, I would say, given the amount of community dialogue that it sounds like you're trying to create, I think a year is really lovely, and you will need every single minute of it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then Mayor, I just want to express my thanks for, coming here and lending your experience to us, and to thank Councilor Romero Worth. I think I've heard that you were instrumental in doing that. So thank you as well.
Thank you, Councilor. I believe Councilor Casa-Sanchez's hand is up next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I do really want to thank the Albuquerque team for being here tonight and for sharing your experience with us. It's kind of a broad question, but in general, in retrospect, any big lessons learned that you want to make sure that we really are, or you would encourage us to consider as we are embarking on finalizing and potentially passing our resolution to start this process this evening? I know it's a bit of a big question, but I do really want to make sure that we gain everything we can from your knowledge and experience in this.
I'll let Alicia take that first, and then maybe Hakeem.
Sure. I would just strongly encourage you to have a dedicated team that takes on the project. As Hakeem mentioned, we had 12 people working on it. We had people with a communications lens, people who are working on the policy side, folks who are working directly with the consultants. It's just really important to put those human resources to use to make sure that the process is carried out in sort of a sequential manner, because things can get a little bit sideways as you're having some of these conversations. And I will also say that although our process seemed a bit expedited in the scheme of things, one of the blessings of the COVID era is that we were able to do a lot more because of being able to do it via Zoom. So I know as you embark on the process, hopefully there's some light at the end of the tunnel and being able to meet in person, but that also does make it a little bit of a lengthier process. So I just wanted to add that from the previous comment.
And now I'll throw in, thank you, Alicia, for that. And then I guess just looking at Alicia's face, I was saying she was instrumental in also making sure that at every step along the way that our city councilors were informed, because they were receiving, as you can imagine, as city councilors, lots of phone calls, and the better informed they were about the process, they were able to redirect people to the process, right? And so to Councilor Garcia's point, we really wanted people to have this conversation all together in one place. And as oftentimes, if people have access to different doors in, they're gonna try every door in. And we really tried to present as much as possible across the administration and city council, a united front to kind of say, like, go here and participate in the process. That's really where we're gathering official input. The other one is not necessarily a lesson learned, but more of a pleasant surprise was around really the public education part of this. I feel like a lot of the work we did, a lot of the water we carried was helping folks who are new to the conversation, because, let's get over the conversation. The existing structure, the existing installation began about 30 years ago. And so there's a lot of history with it, just with the art installation, not with the 400 years of history prior to that. And so we did a lot of work with our clerk's office to make all of those project files from the original installation of the artwork, put those out into the world. And then we realized that no one was going to read those because it was 1,000 pages. So we turned them into videos and tried to make it more accessible to folks. So at least when they showed up at the conversation, if they chose to, they could show up with a good download of where we've been.
I'll just jump in with my biggest lesson learned. One of our advisors told us early on that when we asked them how many people did they think we needed to have involved to feel like we had enough people, and this is Dr. Kathy Winograd, and she said, you will never have enough. You will always need more. So at some point, you just have to say, we have done everything we can to get people engaged. And engaging people and going about that in a different way. And one of the strategies that we use that I highly recommend is finding people in the community that will be inviters and conveners to the process. We often rely on our own networks. And when we start inviting other people's networks to the table, that's when we get the exponential kind of participation. And we're proud of the level of participation that we had. And we also appreciate that our city council would like more, and we're fine with that. But just know that we have to build those circles, expand the circles, have more circles, especially if you're trying to really make sure everyone in your community is represented and invited. So I think that's my personal biggest lesson learned. Thank you for your time, and thank you for including us. We're happy to talk about this work because we're proud of it and we think it matters in all of our communities.
Thank you. I think Councilor Vera, I didn't mean to cut you off. Councilor Casa-Sanchez, did you have another question?
Yeah, I actually did want to follow up with Hakeem about keeping the council informed. This has been a part that we have been discussing and trying to find the balance of frequency, methodology, and information included in those updates to the council. Would you be able to provide just a little bit more information on what that looked like for you guys?
Yeah, it was two parts. A lot of it was Alicia's time just in meeting with them whenever they had questions, making ourselves available as a department. And in order to do that, you kind of have to always have real-time information. You can't wait to be asked for the information and then try to scrounge it up. And so Dr. Sanchez was directing our team, the kind of internal city team, to be able to have weekly or bi-weekly numbers, how many people have registered so far, how many people have attended so far, and to really have a real-time dashboard so we could actually give them numbers in real time whenever they asked. And as well as by towards the end, when we really found our rhythm and we had pretty much everything scheduled out as far as all of the sessions, then we just kind of provided a paper, report, a memo update to the city council. But really early on, as it was still iterative, and it was like because of the timeline, we were building it while we were driving it. But a lot of that was just making sure Alicia was in the operational conversations, like granular level, and then being able to kind of give more big picture, like where are we going information to city councilors whenever they requested it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for being here and for taking the time to come and present to us this evening.
Thank you, Councilor. I think Councilwoman Villarreal, you have your hand up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just wanted to thank you all for joining us. It's really helpful to hear your experiences and the insights into your process. And I'm sure you would say it wasn't perfect, but you were constantly learning. So I also wanted to just commend you all because, you know, Alicia and Hakeem and Dr. Sanchez and also Michelle Otero are highly respected in the community. And I think that really helps moving through this process. It's a very difficult one. It's emotional. It hits a lot of historic traumas that people have experienced. So I think it's important to have people that are respected in the community and have a strong team, especially the team that will be facilitating, that's crucial. So I just wanted to thank you. And I hope that one of you can stick around in case there's other questions that come up as we move through the substitute resolution, because there were some amendments that were approved in finance and we're still working through that. And there were some questions last night as well. So hopefully one of you could stick around possibly in case there's more. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thanks. Just a follow-up for Hakeem. I'm still a little confused about how the communication was to the counters. Was it at a formal meeting, giving them all the information about what was going on? Some of it sounded like maybe individual conversations with individual counselors about things that were going on. Can you just clarify that for me?
It was definitely the latter, and I'll give it to Alicia. Thank you, Counselor.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, it very much was individual conversations. I was, on calls with council members very frequently, and that also meant that I was on all of the calls that Hakeem was calling operational calls. So I knew where we were with how many facilitators we were hiring. I knew what the methodology was going to be. I knew what the comm strategy was going to be. And that's critical because then I was able to report on all aspects of the process to each counselor without them having to go and seek out information from multiple people. So I would recommend that you have somebody who's sort of that liaison to be able to do that. But it very much was individual conversations. And then I know that Director Sanchez and Deputy Director Bellamy have meetings with council as well. So anytime they were brought into those meetings, they would give updates as appropriate.
Great. And did any of your counselors participate in the convening meetings or the solutions group, either any of those?
I'm going to give that, thank you, Counselor, and thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give that to Dr. Sanchez, but I think that is also a little bit connected to Counselor Villarreal's remarks. We were very intentional to insulate ourselves as city folks from the actual facilitations because we wanted community to talk to each other and not use it as an opportunity, as Dr. Sanchez pointed earlier, town hall, speak my piece, go on the record, but that there would actually be some listening required. And we kind of felt as soon as we were in the room, it turns to, we represent the city. And now folks say, now I get to argue my case. But we did have a specific conversation about having counselors involved for very similar reasons. So Dr. Sanchez.
Yeah, no, I think Hakeem said that really well. I mean, it is a decision, about your process, and there are really good reasons for counselors and decision makers to participate in those kinds of sessions. But we also have to be honest about where power lies and who's ultimately going to make the decision. And when you have decision makers in the room, the dynamic will change. And I think, we just have to be honest about that. It doesn't mean that it can't happen, and it doesn't mean that it shouldn't, but it just has to be an intentional decision that kind of fits the process that you're trying to create for your city. I will also say, in addition to communication with city councilors, we had regular newsletters, updates that went out to community, and some city councilors signed up for those as well. But we were also keeping our community and everyone that had signed up and registered, they were getting the same regular updates on the level of participation and the number of sessions and where we were in the process. And so I think once people invest in the conversation, it's also important to keep them engaged in what the progress is.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I believe Counselor Romero Worth, your hand is up next.
Yeah, just a quick clarification and a thank you to all of you for being here tonight. Really appreciate it. The conversation and the updates to counselors was about process, not content. Can you verify that was how you proceeded?
Yeah.
That is definitely true. Process, not content. And that was, they wanted to know that we were engaging a number of folks. They wanted to make sure that we were being inclusive, that sort of thing, and how, where we were going to, what benchmarks we were trying to hit. But we really weren't sharing what was coming out of the dialogue sessions on the front end or anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to take 1 minute and hopefully not embarrass you all too much, but I had asked in an earlier conversation with this group exactly the question that Councilor Casas Sanchez asked, which is, what are your key learnings? And I have taken the trouble of printing them out. So I want to remind you what you told us, which was very instructive. And I think we should, as we enter into this conversation tonight, I'm going to play back to you what you told us. Item number 1, open the doors. Inclusive and offer a variety of avenues for people to contribute. Healing circles, a survey, interviews, art engagement were just some of the items mentioned. Second point, process matters. Begin with story, grounding exercises. Create a container for hard conversations where there are no winners or losers. It's a circle. Begin to see each other as human beings, not as adversaries or people coming from a particular ideology or point of view. Stand in one's power, speak one's truth without causing harm to others or to oneself, and look for right relationship. Be extra clear what you're asking for and the desired outcomes of the process. Be transparent about the before, during, and after of the process. Trust a local practitioner to co-create the process. With the facilitation team, have a broad representation on the team itself and co-facilitate the meetings. Braid, I think this is a very particularly insightful point. Braid the effort with existing city efforts where possible. So it's not a siloed standalone activity. Integrate it into the larger city fabric. Be realistic with a flexible downtime or timeline. With all caps, you wrote us slow down. And then build on the ability to respond to what emerges and offer vetted guardrails. So you were very, very generous in offering us the lessons learned, and I think you touched on them tonight, but your list is worth having pinned to a wall so we can refer to it as a kind of a set of operating instructions that we should keep in mind. I don't know if you want to respond. That was not a question. That was merely a lengthy recitation of your own shared wisdom.
Well, I would like to thank you, Mayor Weber. I'd like to just say, I know those words, and I will have to say, because she's not in the room with us, Michelle Otero, there was a lot of Michelle Otero in there. I would give her like about 75% of that wisdom right there, which speaks to the fact that having professional facilitators as partners is incredibly important. There's some strong facilitators in your community in Santa Fe. Some of them participated as facilitators in our process, and there's some really amazing people in the state, and that skill set is critical if you want to have these hard conversations.
Thank you all. You're so generous with your time and with your learnings, and so I think everybody on this governing body sends you a great debt of gratitude and appreciation. And a word of warning, we're not done with you yet, just so you know. This is not goodbye. This is see you again soon. Thank you. Thank you all. I want to, it's almost 7 o'clock, and we do have about 14 people in the attendee room who have been very patiently waiting. And to Councilor Rivera's point, I think we should begin to hear from the public who has come to speak to us. And I believe Joe Abeta, you can bring them in one at a time. And I think with 14 or so, if we could have them 2 minutes apiece to speak to us, each person have a 2-minute opportunity to address the governing body. That would be the next order of business, Joe. And I think you can bring people in and unmute them.
Mayor, if I can,
Oh,
can we please just remind everybody to state their name and address for the record?
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor
I'm sorry to chime in, but there is one person who asked me because of, I don't know, connection issues, I don't know why, but to read something for him very short. So I don't know if that's allowable or if you want me to send that over to the city clerk or how you might want me to handle that.
I guess as an open meetings question, maybe the city attorney can give us some advice on that.
Mayor, Councilor, maybe just
Your voice is a little garbled at the moment. Let's see if she can come back in and give us some advice, because I do think, Councilor Villa-Coppler, it's a fair question. How do we get that that comment represented into the record as a public open meeting? There's our city attorney. Are you back?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I hope so. How am I?
You're fine, thank you.
Okay. Did we have a submission of written comment for this?
Yes.
Okay. Then Mayor, councilors, I would suggest that the councilor could include it as part of her statement if she'd like to later in the deliberations.
Okay, well, Mayor, then I would request maybe to go last after everybody's spoken, and because then I would not, this is not necessarily my opinion, so I'd rather do it like at the end and just full disclosure that it's somebody else, and if that's okay.
And just to clarify, Mayor Weber, councilor, I was suggesting during deliberations after a motion is made, because that's when the councilors speak. So you can make that distinction if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. So with that said, let's begin the public part of this hearing. And Joseph Abeta, if you can bring people in and give them a chance to speak, unmute them, and we'll do 2 minutes of personal testimony, please. And as the city clerk said, please give us your name and address if possible.
Okay, first up, Mayor, is Aaron. Aaron, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor, councilors, thank you. My name is Aaron Garcia, president of the Santa Fe Fiesta Council, and my address is 4360 Village Loop, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I just want to take a short time, but you know what? I really had to take a step back and reflect, especially after this wild year that we've seen, especially in our community. And as Fiesta Council, I want to lead our organization to be a part of a solution and not part of a problem. We want to be transparent. We don't want to be vindictive, and we want to not spread hate or anger within the community. So how do we do that? I think this is where it starts, is of course with city council and community members. So I want to thank all of you, and I'm here for the long haul.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And next up, Mayor, is Randall Bell. And Randall, you've been unmuted. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and the various councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding this. And I'm, as some of you know, the current president of the Old Santa Fe Association. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the association. And so I'm going to read a short statement. A number of our board members have been following this process, and including myself, and we have been attending by Zoom recent Public Works Committee and the Finance Committee meetings concerning the resolution. And I have to say that we're very impressed and heartened by the members' careful consideration of the importance of the process for the city and its cultural values. Given that this is the beginning of the process, we expect it to evolve to a certain degree, as was noted in the committee discussions. As things go forward, we as the Old Santa Fe Association anticipate eagerly the opportunity to participate in this process from the outset, both as a group organization and as individuals. We look forward to receiving follow-up guidance from City Hall as we may enter and engage in the process. We have utmost importance to the residents of Santa Fe and in New Mexico. We thus encourage the governing body to adopt proposed resolution as amended by the various committee.
Thank you. You broke up a little bit, I think, but we got the gist of what you were saying. And if you want to send in that statement, please do. Mr. Bell.
Next up, Mayor, is Melissa. And Melissa, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Melissa Mascareñas, and I just wanted to make a brief statement. I think this resolution has come a long ways from the way it was first presented. I just want to make sure that all citizens are invited to attend these meetings and that whatever recommendations this group comes up with, that it's honestly considered, given honest consideration with the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give us an address, please, along with your, we got your name, but we need an address, please.
15 Camino Catalina, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, Mayor, is Ron Trujillo. You have the floor, Councilor.
Ronald S. Trujillo, Santa Fe, Mayor and Councilors. As president of Caballeros de Vargas, I want to ensure that the Caballeros de Vargas are one of the organizations that will be at the table in order to voice our opinion if and when this resolution is passed by City Council. We are the organization that donated the De Vargas statue to the city that once stood proudly in the Cathedral Park until it was removed in the middle of the night by the mayor without any dialogue with the Caballeros de Vargas. Part of this committee's job will be to determine the fate of monuments and statues throughout the city of Santa Fe. I want to ensure that the Caballeros de Vargas have a seat at any table where the fate of the statue and our Hispanic culture, history, and traditions are discussed to ensure that our concerns are heard and addressed. I can assure you that we, the Caballeros de Vargas, are one organization that want to be part of the discussion. Caballeros de Vargas' mission is to perpetuate the memory of Capitan General y Obrador Don Diego de Vargas, and we are committed to that mission and will continue that mission here in our beloved Santa Fe. I have sent a letter to Mayor Weber asking for a meeting between the Caballeros, the mayor, and members of the City Council. I sent the letter to the mayor in early December and just received a response from the mayor, but nothing in the response, Mayor, addressed if and when a meeting would take place. Therefore, I am asking you, councilors, to ensure that a meeting is set up between Los Caballeros and the city of Santa Fe to discuss our statue of Don Diego de Vargas. What I and many are concerned about this new resolution is now the resolution states that dialogue is open to anyone. And as I have witnessed, Three Sisters and Red Nation organize well. And my concern is that they will again ship people in here, not from here, but to speak at these meetings. Thus, once again, their numbers of people will probably outnumber those who actually have skin in the game. Please do your diligence on this resolution and listen to all councilors and their concerns. As one who served for 12 years on the council, I saw firsthand how the mayor has his votes. Thus, any opposition can easily be thwarted off by the majority, and thus a resolution that should be written to address all concerned is thus addressing only those concerns of a few. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joseph?
Next Mayor is Virgil. Virgil, you have the floor.
Thank you. The Spanish statues of the 16th century must not have in the committees the Red Nations and Three Sisters. These are outside natives, Dakotans and Navajos, who participate in the toppling of the obelisks. Now, I know that Councillor Villarreal aligned herself with these two radical groups and others. The process must include the Pueblos who stated to the mayor and our organization that the Red Nations and Three Sisters do not represent them. Now, the Albuquerque process is not a perfect process. They have many flaws. Now, you didn't hear all the flaws that they had, but they had many other flaws. And there are many other people that are very unhappy with the process that Albuquerque had. And one final thing, the deadline is too short, especially now during COVID. We can't meet personally. It has to be longer than 18 months. 12 months. The mayor only wants 12 months because he wants it done before he leaves office. And this is bigger than him. This is a big issue, and it needs to be longer than the 12 months that the mayor and everybody else is proposing. And my name is Virgil J. Vigil, President of Unión Protectiva, 467 Camino Don Miguel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Mayor, is Stephanie Beninato. And Stephanie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I too think that this is a better model that is less power structured than the original idea. I think 21 is a lot of people on a committee. I hear concerns about non-residents being on there. I can understand why you want that, but also I have some concerns about that. It seems like all of the members are going to be nominated by the city council. I am concerned about who's going to choose these groups, the 3 Hispanic groups and the 3 Native American groups, and also why aren't there 3 somehow cultural groups that are more Anglo-based? Because again, Anglos have contributed to the society. If we're a tricultural state, then I think that all the cultures should be represented in a more formal way, as well as just through individual participation. A year seems like a long time, but I wonder how many actual hours are going to be dedicated to this. I wonder who is going to decide who gets called to get their opinion, because again, that's singling out certain people. It may be somebody who emphasizes or reinforces your own values, as opposed to finding that person who has a different set of values and a different point of view. And I think that was emphasized by the Albuquerque coordinators. They also seem to have a lot of staff dedicated to this in Albuquerque, and I'm really wondering if there'll be enough staff dedicated in Santa Fe. And although 3 months and getting 1,200 responses on a survey, I don't know what kind of real percentage that is. I don't know in terms of response if that's good. I wonder what would be considered a good response in a city of 80,000 plus people. And I think it really is important to keep, to keep people engaged in the process once they have come into the process. I think that was an extremely good point, and also about reaching out beyond your own networks, because again, diversity, the biggest thing about diversity, of course, is the multiple perspectives, which just makes the solution better. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, do we have more hands up for this hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any hands up.
Yes,
wait a minute. Here you go.
Yes, we do.
We do have 2 more hands up here, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Miguel Gabaldon, you have the floor.
Okay. My name is Miguel Gabaldon. My address is 2344 Las Casitas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. Again, as I have talked to you all in previous meetings, committee meetings, numerous emails, this is a very important subject matter for myself, my multiple generations of family members and relatives here in Santa Fe, as well as many friends who have been born and raised and have lots of deep roots established here in Santa Fe from multiple cultures. It is going to be a difficult process as we go forward. I am hopeful that the attempt to open this up to more public involvement, not just the structured, organized groups, the educated art people, the educated museum people, the formal people that the other resolution had, that you are open to all the dialogue from the grassroots citizens of Santa Fe who have deep, deep ties to this country, not just an educational or an institutional knowledge, deep ties to this city. I apologize for that. It's not just something that you look at as an art display or a museum. Put everything in the museum. That's what you hear all the time. Santa Fe is a museum. I walk the plaza, anywhere you go in Santa Fe, you can see art structures outside. You don't have to go in the building. That many people who can't afford to do that, whether it's time or money, but you can always drive by an open space and see art. And our history is very complicated, very diverse, but very important to not just be shunned off as some groups have come in, like Red Nation and Three Sisters Collective. As we move forward in this difficult time, I'll just close with a caption from the letter of James, in the Bible on chapter 1, to the doers of the world. And who is not the doers of the world, if not a governing body and the citizens who participate in this process? Everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry, because human anger does nothing to produce the righteousness that God desires. So please, as we go forward, everybody who's out there, and all I saw was anger from Red Nation and Three Sisters Collective. That's all they brought to the table. It's time to start all over again, and I look forward to that ability to do so with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mayor. Next up is Rick Martinez. And Rick, you have the floor.
Mayor, councilors, Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road. First off, I want to ask this whole thing is to have a citizen task force involved early on. I think is very important because bureaucrats make these decisions without oversight from this community itself. You know, you can have each councilor pick a member to sit in early on from the community that will help lead the bureaucrats through this process. What happened with bureaucrats is with the Gilberto Guzman mural, they made the decisions, they made the way it worked, and look what happened. We were losing it. So I hope that you guys take my advice and maybe start something early on, because we really need citizens of Santa Fe, local citizens, to oversee this early on. And bringing in Albuquerque, where there's a lot of difference. They don't even make the green chili or the red chili like the way we do here. That's important. You have to make your red chili and your green chili the same if we're working the same. So but this is Santa Fe, we make our green chili the same and our red chili the same. So please think about that and add a citizen task force early on. It won't be much. All they are going to be doing is just overseeing it. And I appreciate if you do that. That would be really great to help this process move fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the attendee room who wishes to speak to this item, this public hearing now? Please raise your hand. If you don't know how to raise your hand, please phone us or something. Joe, what do you think?
Well, there's only two on here, Mayor, Gregory Ross and John Eddy. So let's see if they want to speak.
Gregory or John, do either of you wish to speak? I don't see us. There you go.
Gregory Ross, did you want to speak to the item?
No, thank you. I am listening.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And
John,
then next up is John Eddy Osfa.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I didn't actually raise my hand, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been watching the deliberations this week with the other committees, and I want to commend you as individuals and as officers of our city for the efforts that you put into this. And I think that you have brought the resolution, to a better place than where it started off. So I thank you for that. I just wanted to also raise a little bit of caution that I know that your job is difficult, and I know that communication gets difficult and that people are passionate about their feelings on these issues and all the other issues that confront us as citizens in Santa Fe. But I want you to know and keep in the back of your mind that you set the tone for us in Santa Fe. And we really need to, from the starting block, go out this with respect and compassion for each other. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I think that does complete the folks who came to speak as part of the public hearing.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor, also, I was just informed that Mr. Bellamy did stay on and is available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So if that's the testimony and input from the public, I think that we can now come back to the governing body. Technically, we're in a position where if anybody wanted to ask a question of any of the speakers, I'm not sure all of them stayed on the line, so that may not be possible technically. The next step would be to get a motion and a second, so we would have something we would be discussing amongst ourselves. Councilor Romero Worth?
Mayor, I would move the adoption of the substitute resolution with the amendments that were put on in the Finance Committee from Councilor Villarreal and Councilor Garcia.
Second. We have a motion from Councilor, for the record, a motion from Councilor Romero Worth to adopt a substitute resolution with the amendments as adopted by Finance Committee last night. We have a second from Councilor Lindell. And now we have discussion on that motion. And I see two hands up at the moment, Councilor Garcia and Councilor Vigil Koppler. So let's move in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess just a quick housekeeping. There is an additional amendment that I had made today. So I don't know if we want to address that in a little bit. It's another, what I would call a simple language insertion. But first I want to kind of give some comments in regards to the process and where we are today in regards to the current substitute resolution, because I honestly believe this is a better resolution. This process that the city of Albuquerque developed, it's a great foundation for the city of Santa Fe to use. We don't have to hold our hands tight to the process that the city of Albuquerque went through. I think we're going to see our own challenges. This is a process that we had looked into, I think back in June, Mr. Mayor, you and I, and when we looked into this, I'll be honest, I fell in love with the process because it was a community engagement process. We didn't have a body of appointed individuals making decisions. It was a community-based decision process. And so with that, I forgot to give Mr. Bellamy a huge shout out for spending some time with me last summer, going through their process as they were taking their steps and going through that. So I'm excited that we're back at this process, having the community forefront with them giving their input into what we should be doing as a community. This process is, as we mentioned last summer, it's going to be tough for us as a community. We have to ensure that we as a community approach this process with open mind and open hearts. And we have to be approaching it with the mindset that we're going to hear things that we don't like to hear. We're going to hear things that we love to hear. And we will work through this together. I want to ensure to maybe some concerned community members, there's no predetermined process. There's no predetermined outcomes. The outcomes are what you bring to the table. So that is why, and I think we heard it from our colleagues with the city of Albuquerque, it is critical that everybody participate. Everybody needs to come and provide their input. Whether it's you make your way through what is proposed, the 3 steps, and make your way to the community solutions table, or you have a one-on-one discussion, or if you're able to participate in 1 or 2 of the steps, it's critical, or even participate in the survey that's being proposed. We need to hear from you. We need you to get out and tell your friends and your neighbors and your loved ones and anybody in the organizations that you might be participating in to participate. We need to hear from you. It's kind of that age-old saying, your voice matters, and if you don't vote, your voice don't count. Well, we want to hear from you. Your voice counts. This is where it's critical. Your voice counts. I had brought up some concerns in regards to what's in front of us, because I want to ensure that as we go through this process, we don't run into some of the hiccups that our colleagues down south in the city of Albuquerque ran into, which the Albuquerque City Council felt like they didn't have enough of a diverse representation or enough input to make a quality decision. I don't want us to spend a year time to get there. And so that's why, as I mentioned, it's critical that everybody participate, that we don't put ourselves in that position. With that, I think it's critical that we do have these check-in meetings to ensure that we are seeing the diversity more of the process, not necessarily the content, because we want to ensure that if we are seeing not appropriate representation from whatever demographic it may be, we get out and get folks to the table. The one challenge, and I'm going to be real with us, the one challenge I see us encountering is that we live in a virtual world and we are excluding a lot of people by being in a virtual format, trying to accomplish this process. I'm hoping by summertime, things might be different. We might be able to some way strategically be able to organize and gather folks. But I think that's where it's critical that we as a governing body start to think how we can overcome those hurdles, how we can work with the facilitators to strategize in the instance that we still are living in a virtual world come June, July, August, September, when we're nearing the potential completion of this. Another concern I have, that maybe this is a separate resolution, and I think this is a broader discussion potentially for us as governing body members, is how can we as a governing body engage and collaborate with our Pueblo brothers and sisters and sister governments across northern New Mexico. I'd like for us at minimum to look into forming a delegation and to working collaboratively with our fellow Pueblo governments. And so I know there might not be the appropriate place to insert it into this resolution, but I think we need to start to really engage folks in this process. And so with, I guess, and I don't know who the question would be towards, if it's a sponsor or whom, and maybe this is a broader question for the governing body. I know when our colleagues from the Albuquerque City Council or city staff were talking about their structure, they talked about an advisory board that was made up of a diverse folks from backgrounds that kind of helped guide the process. And that's not necessarily part of our proposed process. And so I guess the question I want to pose to folks is, why can't we have that included in this process? I think it's, in some instances, the expertise that can be brought to the table, it would benefit us. I'm going to pose that, put that out there for folks to chew. I will circle back to see what folks think of that, if we should insert that into this resolution. But ultimately, I think what we have here is a solid foundation. This process is not going to stop. There's way too much. We have a very complicated, rich history. And for us to address that in 1 year, I think we are shooting way too high, and we got to be real with it, real with the process. But with that, I do want to ask to sign on as a co-sponsor of this resolution. I know as a co-sponsor of the prior one, but I will ask to sign on as a co-sponsor of this resolution. And Mr. Mayor, back to the process. I don't know if it's now I should speak to the proposed amendments that I included today.
I'm looking at the, she can't tell this, but I'm looking at the city attorney. Do we want to engage with a specific amendment right now? Is there an order of business that we should follow?
However, Counselor, it could happen anytime during deliberations, so now is an option.
There you go. Counselor Garcia, if you'd like that, I think you were referring to that specific word insertion you wanted to make.
Yes, and I apologize. So I'm going to be working off of the markup document that's in front of us, just because it's the easiest, I think, for everybody to read, which would be on page 2, line 21. And I'm inserting the word diverse. So it would read, be it further resolved that diverse community dialogue sessions will consist of 3 sessions as follows. And the reasoning for my insertion there is I want to ensure that as we're going through round 1, round 2, and round 3, they're diverse. I brought up my concerns in particular to round 1, how it was proposed to us that maybe individuals from individual organizations can have their own meetings in this process. And I think it would be highly beneficial to have all of these meetings, whether it be round 1, round 2, round 3, be diverse. Because as mentioned from our colleagues of the city of Albuquerque, when you start to hear others' perspectives, it begins that healing process. And so if we begin the process talking in silos and becomes an echo chamber, and you don't begin that healing process potentially till round 2. And I think we need to start off the process with the healing intention. And so that was the reason why I inserted the word diverse there. And so with that, I'll make a motion that we insert the word diverse, page 2, line 21, after the word that.
There's a motion to insert the word diverse in that place. Is there a second to that motion? Councilwoman Villarreal has offered a second to Councilor Garcia's amendment. And I believe there's a hand up from Councilor Merrill-Worth to discuss this motion.
We might want to go to our Albuquerque presenter on this. They talked in Albuquerque about the arc of the dialogue. And I believe that, and Mr. Bellamy may be able to speak to this more eloquently than me, and about the importance of how people come in that first round, and that may be, that we may not want to adopt this amendment is my feeling, but I would like to hear from Mr. Bellamy about the arc of the dialogue and why in that first round, it doesn't necessarily need to be diverse in order to get to broader perspectives and more diversity in the second and third rounds.
Mr. Bellamy, not to put you on the spot, but you're on the spot.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth. The way our process worked out, some of the folks watching this meeting might be familiar with seating systems. It's right. It's common in sports, right? A seating system. You come in, and then as you advance, they make new pairings. That's kind of the approach we took. The first round, we had folks that kind of signed themselves up for just open sessions. So those sessions by design, if they were walk-ins, and so they were already diverse. You had a diversity of perspectives and folks who signed up through, we used Hold My Ticket as the portal. Then there were also convenings in that first round. And the convenings where folks in the community who have influence, who are connected to organizations, and they volunteered and they said, hey, I have an interest in this conversation. It impacts our community greatly and we want a seat at the table. And we're willing to host a group of 8 to 10 people. We can get 12 people in the room. You just give us, to you being the city, you just give us 2 facilitators and a note taker, and we'll make sure people show up. I, as an operations guy, love that because then it was less stress on our staff to get people there. Someone already committed to getting people there. And in general, as you can imagine, they were somewhat affinity groups in that first round. as you went in the second round, right at the end of the first round, we were really just practicing dialogue. Really, that first meeting was practicing how to have a very important, critical, emotionally engaged discussion in a civil manner where folks take turns and listen to each other. My internal joke was, it's democracy practice. Like, this is what we used to do before we had echo chambers and we only heard the things that we agreed with. And so after that, setting those ground rules and actually having people practice that, by the time they moved into the second and third sessions, which were all 2 hours, all sessions were 2 hour longs, they were randomly mixed up and put in different rooms. So you weren't in the same room in the second session, you weren't in the same room with the people you were in the first session. And the third session, through reasons of atrophy, sometimes folks, after they attended two, they felt like, you know, that was all that they could volunteer, all the time they could give up. The third sessions were, again, another mix, sometimes even consolidating sessions as you went further through the process to ensure that there was diversity perspectives in those rooms as well. And so that's how we ensured that you weren't, you know, talking to the same folks and preaching to the choir throughout the process. And really, at the end of it, when folks elected to be part of the community solutions table, they have now had 3 sessions of practice about difficult conversations and different opinions. And by the time they get into that 4th room, now we're asking them to make recommendations. And it wasn't easy and it wasn't perfect to the comments of the other caller, but at least folks had engaged the process significantly enough at that point where they knew what the goal was and they knew how to operate in the system to be heard and to get to what we found was consensus at the end of the day.
So just to clarify, that first session, though, in some instances was maybe not diverse. Like, it might have been, the convener might have been an organization with similar perspectives, say the Caballeros or the Fiesta Council or the Santa Fe Historic, Old Santa Fe Association, or that kind of thing. But definitely the intent is to move you out of that place as you practice the dialogue and get more comfortable and you know, ready to move into the second and third sessions. Am I reading that right?
That is exactly right, Counselor. And what we also found, back to a learning, per the mayor's question, is that if we would have just asked some folks to come into a room cold turkey, which is that's what folks did if they just signed up for a random community dialogue. That's a lift. That's a big lift for a lot of folks. But to come into a group of folks you know first and then saying, okay, I get the process. Now I feel a little bit more empowered to go into this next session where it won't be. And we were clear at the end of the first session, like, thank you for coming today. This is what the second session looks like. But at least at that point, people had a little bit more information about what they'd be being asked to do. And I think that engaged folks in the process who otherwise might not have engaged.
Thank you. And thank you for the benefit of your experience. I really appreciate it. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. I think Councilor Casas Sanchez's hand is up to speak to this amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think that when, you know, these are such abstract ideas, talking about things like identity. And I think that there can sometimes be a misconception that if you identify with a group that there's going to be consensus across everything. And where I do see the benefit after, you know, hearing Mr. Bellamy speak about kind of this type of model of potentially coming in as a group is it does provide the opportunity for warming up to what it looks like to explore different viewpoints inside a safe group. I know for me, I have an easier time talking to individuals that I am close friends with, and we can have a lot of discussions, and it's a really good practice for, you know, figuring out what some of these viewpoints are, and then moving out into a larger crowd. And I think that that there is some benefit in honing those stories within a safe group and honing this understanding and having the challenges within a group that you can come into, really making sure that, again, those second and third, that we really hit that diversity and you really do start to mix it up, and that as we have warmed up, you know, I could see the argument for the other way of let's mix everybody up together. But for me, I think what's really important is making sure that we are creating conversations that people feel comfortable being honest and really touching on some very hard and sticky subjects. And so it's kind of how I feel of, do you jump straight into freezing cold water, or do you go in, a toe at a time, and really let yourself get used to it. So I do think that I do like the idea of the current model of starting off people coming in groups, being invited by somebody that they trust, that they have an affinity with, and then really starting to take a dive into this process. But that later really is crucial to make sure that the mixing is happening and those conversations are happening, and that will really be up to our staff to make sure that kind of, shuffling then does occur. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else who wants to speak to this amendment? Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bellamy, for your reflection on how the process worked for Albuquerque. But let me remind folks, we're the city of Santa Fe. We're not the city of Albuquerque. We're learning from our partners down the road, but we do not have to follow the exact path. And I think that's a stranglehold that maybe some of my colleagues will want to put on us. We have our own autonomy to make our own process, learn from folks where they had hurdles, but grow from it as well. I want to remind folks also that nowhere else in that be it resolved is the word diversity. Do you realize that this process, if a facilitator reads that and says, I'm going off the directions you gave me, nowhere else does it say diversity. So I don't understand why you're fighting me on the word diversity, is because why are we, look at the example Mr. Bellamy gave us. Round one, there was diverse conversations and there was not diverse conversations. If we inserted the word, it's not going to prohibit us from following that same path. All I'm saying is we need to ensure that they are diverse conversations, because at the end of the day, our goal is to ensure that we are working towards reconciliation and understanding each other's histories and truths. And you can't do that without diversity. And so we need to ensure that is there. Vote against it, or to me, if you vote against it, that means you don't want to see diversity. You're allowing the facilitators to move forward with it. And so with that, I think it's critical that it's there. We give the autonomy to the facilitators, that we ensure that diversity is there because it's in the resolution. And if they want to, because ultimately we are going to be giving a lot of the power to the facilitators to have the control of the process. They're going to be asking the questions, asking the follow-up questions. It's a whole process. Facilitation is not just bringing people together. It's ushering them through this entire process. And so we want to set them with the best roadmap possible. And that's why we want to ensure that this process is diverse. And so with that, I strongly urge my colleagues to include the word diverse, just because whether it's interpreted that it needs to happen in round 1, 2, or 3, we need to ensure that these rounds 1, 2, and 3 are diverse. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casa Sanchez, you have your hand up.
This is a little off topic, but I just want to speak to what one of our public, somebody who spoke from the public floor said about how we set the tone. And I want to speak to what I said earlier about the fact that disagreement and conversation is good. But when we start accusing our fellow counselors because they have a different viewpoint, that suddenly they don't agree with, this concept of diversity, which we have been talking about for months on end, it is not a beneficial conversation. So Councilor Garcia, I absolutely respect why this is an important word for you and why the importance of diversity is there. And I agree with you. from what you had described earlier as to why you had put this into your resolution was to really talk about changing round one. And that was my understanding from what you had described earlier. So I do not disagree with diversity, but I do like the process as it is stood up. And so I really would like to remind us that as we have these discussions, that we are not trying to attack each other on beliefs, on morals, on values, and trying to think that we are trying to cut voices out, but really that we are struggling with finding what is the best process as far as we can see with the information that we are given right now. Now, if the word diverse in there is not necessarily talking to changing this process, then that is fine with me. But I do appreciate the process, how it has been, put forward. And because I appreciate that process does not mean that diversity is not something that I think is valuable, as has been discussed by us multiple times. And so I really just want to encourage us as a council. Again, I believe that every single one of us is here trying to find the best path forward. I believe that every single one of us really does want to find solutions for our community. And I believe that it is crucial that we have debate on what that best path forward is, and that we can respect each other's different opinions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
On that point, Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Garcia.
I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but it's critical on a matter when you're dealing with cultures that we include the language diverse. It's critical. Without that language, we are not saying we don't care for a difference of opinions, a diverse set of opinions. We can move forward because it wasn't in the resolution. As long as we get information, we're okay with it. No, we need to ensure that is diverse. We're collecting diverse information from a diverse populace. And the way the process to me is laid out in this, further be it resolved, it does not guarantee that, and we need to guarantee that. We've heard from our constituents, we've heard from community members. We hear like people's voices aren't being heard. We're hearing people don't want to participate in the process because they're getting shaded and pushed aside. We're hearing people feel like their community, their culture is being bashed and potentially abolished. And by not including people's language to ensure diversity, we're just perpetuating that we're not looking for a diverse set of opinion. We're just looking for a set of opinions. And if it works out in your favor, great. We need to ensure diversity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casas Sanchez, you have your hand up, and I'm looking at the resolution as well, and maybe there's some language in there that we need to be conscious of. Councilor Bill-Copper, I didn't know you wanted to speak to this amendment. I thought you had other matters, but I will come to you next. Absolutely.
Then, my question for Councilor Garcia then is, I'm just trying to understand what you mean by this word insertion. So again, as I said before, if it's specifically, hey, I don't like the way that round one is going and I'd like to change that process, that's where that's a very different discussion, as opposed to, we want to make sure that we have a diverse set of voices that are going through this entire process.
May I, Mr. Mayor? She asked me a clarifying question, and a quick response. Ultimately, Councilor, it covers all three rounds. I want to ensure that all three rounds are diverse. Yes, my focus was on round one. I'd like to see diversity. I want to ensure that all three rounds are diverse because it's not explicitly stated. As somebody who has a interest and history of facilitating, I want to ensure that we start off this process with the intention of healing. And I saw a fault in the process where if we start off the process in an echo chamber, you might have folks only participate in round one, only hearing others with the same perspectives, and not move on to round two and not even have an opportunity to hear from somebody different. And that was the intention of round one. We need to come together as a community to listen to everybody. We might not agree, but we need to, that's how we grow. We listen and grow from each other. And that's why the intention was in the initial line. That way we ensured that all rounds 1, 2, and 3 ensured diversity, because it wasn't included in that process. And we need to ensure that that is a diverse process, because if we don't ensure that, there is the potential for somebody to read that and say, you didn't ask for that. And we can have a totally polarized conversation going with polarized and one-sided outcomes and recommendations. And we don't want that to happen. And on top of that, we want to ensure that going through this process, we have that healing process through the diverse backgrounds. So hopefully that clarifies for you, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Vihel-Coppler, I made a bad assumption. I thought you had, you weren't speaking to this amendment, so you have the floor.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I have my hand up for comments in general, and then there was no way to put another hand up for the amendment. So I raised my hands.
Yeah, I finally caught on, so you have the floor.
You know, I can understand wanting to include, you know, a word sometimes makes all the difference in the world. And we have had many times on this during deliberations, you know, on this body of, you know, different things that come before us, whether they be land use or whatever. And I know of sometimes when we've gotten stuck on what one word means. So what this word diverse and diversity means to me is inclusion. And I think that's what the general public that has weighed in on this issue is wanting. You know, we had it with committee representation on the last iteration of the resolution before, and people want to be included. So I do agree, you know, after we pass this, it's out of our hands, and we could have, without the word, you know, to guarantee inclusion, then we could have somebody just taking this resolution word for word to make sure, because you never know what's going to come up when this is released and it starts working its way into reality. So I don't see that there's any problem with the word diverse. It means inclusion to me rather than exclusion, and it may solve some problems down the way with how this resolution gets interpreted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other, Councillor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ensure everybody who's worried about inclusion or diversity, I think this whole process is built to ensure both. And I would just point you to page 2, lines 9 through 11. The community dialogue sessions will be designed to promote broader cross-cultural understanding, racial equity, healing, and reconciliation. And I think there is the language that maybe you all are seeking that will make sure that, again, through the course of these 3 dialogue sessions, we have the diversity, we have the cross-cultural understanding, and we are inclusive, and the whole process is designed to be inclusive. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I may have the wrong version, and my lines don't always match up with what both Councillor Garcia and Councillor Romero-Worth are citing. So apologies if I've got the wrong version in my hand, but I'm looking at a be it further resolved that says, be it further resolved that the community dialogue sessions will be held in multiple languages, in person or via online platforms, pending the public health criteria status to ensure accessibility and inclusion of diverse groups. Now, I may have the wrong version, and that may no longer be in the resolution.
It's there. It's there.
So I think there are numerous places, and I would like some clarification as well, Councilor Garcia, because I don't want to nitpick this to death, but we heard, let's say, from President Trujillo of the Caballeros saying, we want a place at the table. So under your amendment, if a group of 15 Caballeros wanted to have their own convening, that would not be that would be something that would not be diverse by your definition. So round one, they'd have to also be, there'd be 5 caballeros and 10 or X number of people who are not caballeros in order to ensure diversity. Am I reading, is that how to interpret your amendment? Because that's where you started, and I don't know whether that's still where you are.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So my initial comments were that I would like to see more diversity in round one. The overall intention of the amendment is to ensure that there is diversity in rounds 1, 2, and 3. I strongly believe that we need to include the word diversity to ensure that it's part of rounds 1, 2, and 3. I know my colleague mentioned that it's in the be it further resolved, but that doesn't ensure that it's part of the process. It's saying it's going to include diverse set of groups. But I want to ensure that it's part of the process.
Yeah,
Because
but I would like
part
a
of this
yes or no
process,
answer.
Mr. Mayor, I have the floor.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to follow up with a yes or no request. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So because we've got to remember, part of this overall process is to ensure that we are moving towards a healing process. And we can't do that without diverse conversation. And including the word diverse here just ensures that rounds 1, 2, and 3, the outcome will be that there will have been diverse conversations had. And without that word there, it's just saying conversations were had. We're not saying they're diverse conversations. You can make your way through the process and only hear your side, your perspective. And to me, that defeats the entire process of what this should be. We need to not only determine the fate and future of whatever monument statues that are currently on our table that we're revising and relooking at having in public spaces, but we also need to ensure we're creating a space where our community can come together, understand our complicated and rich past and histories, and grow together from it. And without having a diverse representation at the table, that's not possible. So that's why diverse is in the header, because if it was the sole intention to ensure that round 1 was diverse, I would have included it only in round 1. I want to ensure that that whole process is diverse.
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Can I just follow up before you do that, Councilor?
I think we're confused about where that you're looking at a completely different section, Mayor, than what line Councilor Garcia is considering putting the word. It's on the original document on line 17. And if you want me to read it, it's be it further resolved that diverse community dialogue sessions will consist of 3 sessions as follows. Is that correct, Councilor Garcia?
Yes, Councilwoman.
No, I'm looking at the same draft. I was just trying to get a clarification about the intent. The first, when we started this conversation, and it's a fair point. I believe what Councilor Garcia was suggesting was that the first round of engagements would be not, if you were a convening group like the Caballeros, you would have to have non-Caballero members at your first round meeting in order to guarantee diversity. And is that
no?
It? That is not correct.
No, that is not correct. I said I would like to see a process in round 1 that is diverse, but I am including diverse for the entire section to ensure that rounds 1, 2, and 3 are diverse. It's a would like to, because the intention is if I wanted round 1 to ensure there was diversity, I would have inserted the word diverse. Round 1 will be diverse. Round 2, it's such I want it to ensure that that entire process, some way, shape, or form, there are diverse conversations being held. And from Mr. Bellamy's confirmation, that was the process. You know, there was diverse conversations in round 1. There was more focused, diverse conversations in round 2, and so on and into round 3.
Yeah,
and I think
give me a yes or no answer. If I am President Trujillo of the Caballeros, is it my am I permitted under if we were to vote for your amendment, can the Caballeros or the Fiesta Council, or to Councilor Mayorworth's earlier point, the old Santa Fe Association, in round one, if we adopt your amendment, I will still have the opportunity to have a convening of just our group, because Mr. Bellamy indicated that was part of the kind of ice-breaking approach to get people engaged. You could also be a random individual who walks in the door and you are automatically in a diverse group. But if you're suggesting that people cannot have their own convening of their own group, I can't support that.
And so to answer your question, the answer is yes. If I wanted it to solely be diverse, I would have approached the amendment in that manner and would have said, round one is required to have diverse groups. I would like to see diversity in round one, just as a personal person. I'm not requiring it per the resolution. It's not going to be required. There's nothing prohibiting it.
Okay.
Just as a person from that perspective, I think it would be great. It would be beneficial, but it's not required. There's nothing prohibiting. And to use your example, the Caballeros meeting by themselves, the Fiesta Council meeting by themselves, a group of folks that meet for coffee somewhere meeting by themselves. It doesn't prohibit that.
Beautiful. That was my question. Thank you. You answered my question. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
That really was the heart of the matter for me. I thought we started out saying the other. Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up. I don't mean to ignore you.
No, it was just the same thing. I was very concerned that the amendment would not allow Unión Protectiva to have their own meeting in round one or session in round one, because someone would then interpret and say, well, that's not a diverse group. They represent one Hispanic population and that's it. And same with, so thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, there's no prohibition against a group unto it in round one, as Mr. Bellamy indicated was the Albuquerque process. If I want to convene my own reading club, I can do that. But then in round two, we will be distributed as his example of an athletic event with seating going on that moves people around. So we're still doing that. We are just reaffirming our commitment to diversity, according to Councilor Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this particular amendment? I think we should, if there are no more comments, I think we should vote on this amendment and then move on to other points about this resolution. Anybody else wish to speak to this particular amendment, inserting the word diversity? I see hands up, but I think per Councilor Vihel-Coppler, she has larger points not related to this particular amendment. So if the clerk could call the roll.
Excuse me, Mayor, sorry, I just wanted a clarification from the city attorney, because in my reading of it, it does call for the sessions, all three, to be diverse community dialogue sessions. So I just want to clarify if what does the language truly say?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I understand the amendment to say, be it further resolved that the community dialogue, that diverse community dialogue sessions, sorry, I actually am in the wrong place, hold on. That diverse community dialogue sessions will consist of 3 sessions as follows, and then it lists the 3, correct?
Yes, so does it allow for the situation where the Caballeros or Unión Protectiva can potentially meet, have their own convening session?
Mayor Weber, councilor, I think there's a way to read it that it does. I think it could be, we haven't defined the word diverse. We didn't say that each of them has to have diversity in a similar way, all of that. So I think there's plenty of room for interpretation there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera. I apologize. I didn't see your hand up. My mistake. So are there other questions at this time regarding this particular amendment? If not, could the clerk call the roll on this particular amendment?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
No, I'm not convinced that it's going to accomplish what we want. Thank you.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes. I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay,
okay, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Vigil Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
yes,
motion is approved, Mayor.
could Counselor Casa Sanchez, you wish to explain your vote?
I suppose it's an explanation of vote, but really just again to the city team, I wanted to make sure that this conversation was noted and that the city attorney, did have the interpretation that it did not mean that, as we had stated, that a certain group could not come in with their own convening session. So I really want to make sure that Pauline and Christine have taken note of that, as you guys will be the ones really shuttling this forward throughout the city's process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I take the city attorney at her word that we have flexibility and that it is not a prescription against the group having an ability to pull its own group together. I think that it's a more broadly defined affirmation of diversity as a value. So we now have dealt with that amendment. I guess Councilor Garcia, did you have another amendment or other amendments you wanted to present at this time?
No other amendments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Okay, and now I turn to Councilor Vigil Coppler. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to read into the record the public comment that was sent to me. As we discussed earlier, I was to do it at this time. This comment is from a Mr. Ted Herrera, and his address is 1164 Harrison Road. His comment is, truth. Whose truth are we talking about? The truth of what happened is old and has been told in stories by both the Native community and the Hispanic community. Both believe in their truth. And how can anyone tell one group or another that their truth is false? We cannot. Thank you, and I look forward to tonight's council meeting. That is the end of the comment.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd have some general comments on the substitute bill. And basically, I first want to thank Councilor Villarreal for her amendments tonight that have already been set into the main motion. And many of those amendments are things that were important to me as well. And I asked earlier when we got the sheet to co-sponsor those amendments because I feel real strongly. And I just want to briefly go over what was important to me about this substitute resolution. And so the improvements that I saw and commented on before were that I was concerned about the expertise that we have on staff for, handling this whole group of everything that needs to be done through this resolution. And more specifically, though, the survey and the analytical abilities that it will require to make sure that we're getting a survey developed and prepared that says exactly what the city wants to accomplish through the resolution, and then analyzing the data when it comes back, because this is a true science. And so I think it's important that we do pay attention to that. And as Councilor Cassett Sanchez just said a while ago, to pinpoint certain things that are important. This is really an important part of the process as well. And so that was something that was important to me. I was concerned about outreach methods, and we've spoken already somewhat about that. I was concerned about people who maybe wouldn't have a means to afford Wi-Fi or the computer tools that it creates to be part of the process. And I want to be sure we pay particular concern to that, because I mentioned that before, that we learned a lot from what we did at Midtown when we very first went out for public comment and outreach. And so it's important to learn from that, and I'm hopeful that we can do that here. I think I did, and I'm very happy that in the amendment is that the council will get updates. That's really, really important. I know that the City of Albuquerque staff explained earlier that it sounded very informal to me. I like the informal process, but I do think it's important to discuss updates in a public meeting, because it's important for us, but really the most important thing for me is that the public listens to the meetings as they are tonight, and that they get updates too. So there may be people that don't go through any of this, but that doesn't mean they're not interested. Maybe they couldn't, and maybe they just wouldn't, but it's important to share with the public where we are, what's occurred, what are the processes and such, because I think the public learns a lot. And this is a very important issue for Santa Fe. So as we see the results by quarter, then they see the results by quarter. So at least somewhere along the line, I would like to have some kind of, well, I know it says updates, but I don't know if I can't remember if it said in a public meeting, but I think that's why it's important. I wanted to make sure that all the sessions are open, and there's an amendment that clearly gets rid of a word that says generally open. So I'm glad about that too. The other reason it's important, I think, for council weigh-in is because the responsibility for conclusions and what's to be done rests with us. So it's really important that we are, part of the process. And so those pretty much were my concerns. And again, thanks to Councilor Villarreal for her steadfastness in capturing everything she did. She's very good at that. And then I want to say just one last thing. We do have a lot of dialogue among ourselves about what we'd like to see, what we don't like, what we like. But I guess for the public's information, I would like to say that is part of the dialogue. That's what we do. That's what we're charged with doing. And it does not mean, though, that we don't support the measure that we're working on. It means we're just trying to improve it, trying to make it better, trying to avoid pitfalls, just get our concerns out on the table, and maybe not just ours, but those constituents who phone us. That makes a better product. And I just think it's really important to know that when we discuss and we go back and forth on something, it not only does it make meetings long, but it does give the public a general idea of where we stand, and ultimately it'll really tell where we stand when we vote. And I fully support this measure. I think it's much better. I agree with my colleagues, and I would like to sign on as a co-sponsor. I think it's much improved than when we started. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Very good, very clear. Others who wish to speak at this time, I guess Councilor Villarreal, your hand is up. If you've spoken and you don't want, you're not looking to be recognized again, if you could take your hand down. I can't always be sure who has their hand back up. So Councilor Villarreal, you've been waiting. It's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank my colleagues for going through this process. It was challenging on so many levels. And I'm glad we took time to work out some of the details and work on amendments. I think at the beginning, and I think I've even said this to the mayor way back when, that I didn't think this process as it relates to reconciliation and healing is solely or should solely be led by the city, because it's bigger than us, as actually somebody stated. It's bigger than us. It's about confronting historic traumas and wounds that haven't been healed. And frankly, past counselors, past councils, past administrations have not dealt with this. I mean, we know since the 70s, this issue with the obelisk came up, and there's been different iterations. So, you know, there's no time like now, and it's challenging. COVID doesn't help because we're not able to meet in person, but I do have hope in this process. I feel like this substitute resolution is leading us in a direction that feels a lot more possible, with more diversity, with more inclusivity. So I feel good about that. I also just want to recognize that I think this process is important, and sometimes I don't even think it's about monuments and statues. I think it's actually about people in our community that have felt invisibilized for a really long time, through various periods of our recent history and also our present day. So that's why this process is extremely important. And it's great to hear the folks that were on for the public hearing, that Mr. Garcia said he's here for the long haul. I appreciate that sentiment. I also appreciate Mr. Galvadon's Bible passage about quick to listen and slow to speak. That's a very great mantra in any kind of community forum that people are a part of, and to lessen the anger. And then also Mr. Eddy that says that this process really needs to come from a place of respect and compassion, because we do all have a different perspective. And so I'm encouraged by folks in our community. I'm encouraged by this governing body to move forward with this substitute resolution and its amendment. So just wanted to state that and ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Councilor Garcia's hand is up.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think that's an old hand. I'll lower it.
Okay, thank you. As I say, it's not always clear whether it's an old or a new hand. Councilor Abeyta has a new hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I really need to thank and give a shout out to Councilwoman Romero Worth, because from the beginning all the way to the end, it was you who was there and working the substitute resolution and taking all of our input and putting it together. And so if anybody deserves a lot of the credit, it definitely is you. And I thank you for your patience throughout this process and getting us to this point. We all got here together, but you are the one that was consistently working on this, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilor.
Counselor.
Let's see, I believe Councilor Villarreal's hand is up.
Just one more thing. I do want to co-sponsor the substitute resolution. And Mr. Vigil brought up a concern about the deadline. If we need more time after this year, we can certainly extend it through council. That's always a possibility. And if we need to do that, we certainly will. So there's a lot of fluidity and flexibility with this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Others, Councilor Casas Sanchez, your hand is up. Councilor Villarreal, if you could do me a favor and take your hand down so I don't get confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as everybody has said, I do think that this is a much better resolution than what we had started with. And it was a long process to get here, and I'm very glad that we're here. I am sure that we will find hiccups along the way. And you know, as we have discussed before, this is a beginning step, and we will see how it continues to evolve. These are really, as I mentioned before, very complex issues that we are about to start digging into and dealing with. Councilor Abeyta, thank you for recognizing Councilor Romero Worth, who really has been such a help, I know, for me in discussing this process, has really taken the time when I've had questions and has carried them back and forth between the Albuquerque team. And we have had a lot of discussions, and I really do appreciate the amount of time and effort and energy you put into this, as well as, you know, assisting me with the questions that I had. I also would like to sign on as a co-sponsor for the substitute resolution. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor. If you could take your hand down too, it would help me from making mistakes. Other people who wish to speak at this time. I have a couple of comments, but I'd be willing to wait until everybody else has had their chance to speak. I want to follow in Councillor Vihel Coppler's footsteps and with a letter, not my letter, but a letter that it's good to put into the record. This comes from our own Arts and Culture Department and the members of the Arts Commission. Santa Fe Arts Commission would like to recommend approval of resolutions related to chart. Since the protest this summer, we have been actively advocating for a carefully constructed process that can facilitate constructive dialogue within our diverse community. We feel this resolution accomplishes that goal. It has all the hallmarks of what we've been asking for: independence, transparency, inclusiveness, and structure. The Arts and Culture Department, in partnership with the city's Community Engagement Department, will provide strong leadership in this process. We're pleased the proposed makeup of the Chart Committee is representative of our diverse community, while also taking into account the need for members to have expertise in cultural and artistic fields. As our country grapples with divisions, we are proud that the City Different is attempting something more constructive. We're heavily invested in the success of this process. We continue to urge that this happen in a bold, swift, and holistic manner, and that it be part of the larger work of Santa Fe. As stated in the chart resolution, this is the beginning of an ongoing effort to learn and understand our complex histories and stories, and to promote truth, healing, and reconciliation for a future of peace and justice. And that's signed by the members of our Arts Commission. I wanted to make Councilor Rivera, did you want the floor? I'm sorry.
Just a quick clarifying question before you wrap it up. But B on the afternoon session does not list Councilor Abeyta and myself as sponsors, but I believe that's the original resolution. I think we are sponsors on the substitute, and just want to make that clear.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And if it's not clear, we will specify it, because you've been, while Councilor Abeyta was very generous in recognizing Councilor Romero-Worth's work, I think it's only fair to say that both of you have been steadfast in as committee chairs and walking along with this and adding your voices at every step of the way, and meeting with the people from Albuquerque, including Mr. Bellamy, who we continue to appreciate his sticking with us. But you've been tremendous leaders along with Councilor Romero-Worth. You deserve that recognition as well. I want to go back to what we've heard several times, which is just what a long walk to a good outcome this has been. I'm looking at my notebook from June and phone calls I made on June 16th to Councilor Abeyta, to Councilor Rivera, to Councilor Garcia, who was perhaps the most articulate of all. This is June 16th. Councilor Garcia told me, "We have a painful past and it needs to be addressed and reconciled. We need context for our history. We need to tell our real history, not just the history of the victors. This is a time for historical honesty." And these are words that we're hearing again tonight, but he's been steadfast and said this since June 16th. It's a very emotional subject. We don't want to do anything to incite violence, but we need to accept and acknowledge history from all angles. And then he concluded by telling me, this is how we move forward together. And I think that's what this resolution does. We move forward together. It is a moment of great opportunity and a great, I feel, sense of pride in everybody on this governing body and the people who have spoken to us. Other cities, and at other times, as Councilor Villarreal said, even our city, have stepped back from this kind of moment of engagement, thinking it was either too hard, too scary, perhaps not necessary, could lead to hard conversations. This is a group of people in a community right now that has courage. We're willing to have courageous conversations. We're willing to engage with each other and accept each other's different points of view for the benefit of all of us. Now, we've been talking about facing our history, but I also think we have an opportunity to make some history. By stepping into this process as a governing body and as a community of individuals with respect and shared values, we have a singular opportunity while the rest of the country is fighting with each other and attacking each other, to embrace each other and to write a much more hopeful and progressive history for the city of Santa Fe and all of our residents going forward. And so I think this is a vote for hope. It's a vote for change. It's a vote for community-led engagement, which is what we ultimately all respect and believe in. So thank you all for a lot of hard work. As noted in this agenda this evening, thanks to our city clerk, we can see the trail that this measure has passed through. We've had committee reviews dating back to 10/26, 11/4, 11/9, 11/16, 12/16. This has been thoroughly and deeply discussed and engaged with in a way that deserves the respect and credit of our entire community for the hard work that this governing body has done. And now begins the next round of hard work, if we approve this resolution, to implement it with the same spirit of community and respect. So thank you all very much. Any other comments? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion to adopt the substitute resolution as amended?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you all for very, very thoughtful engagement on an ongoing basis. If there's no other business to come before the council, the governing body tonight, this meeting is adjourned.